Stephanie here for Aaron.
I'm talking. Yeah.
Okay, Tessa, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, I just could not see you, but okay.
Did you put that there
I gave it to you
last time?
last time, last month.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're about ready to start. Just a few more checks. Okay, we are now on the record. My name is Constance C. Owen, and I'm serving as presiding officer in these proceedings. The title of the matter before us today is in the matter of the City of Wichita's Phase 2 Aquifer Storage and Recovery Project in Harvey and Sedgwick Counties, Kansas. Case number 18, Water 14014. It is February 3rd, 2021. We are located at the Kansas Learning Center for Health in Halstead, Kansas. This is a continuation of a hearing that last recessed in March of 2020. We were unable to reconvene due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that pandemic still requires significant restrictions. And so we will have masks on to the extent that we can, and the witnesses may be allowed to remove those for the court reporter's purposes. We also have a hybrid format that is taking place. In this particular in-person location, we have our court reporter, we have Tessa Wendling, who's the attorney for the interveners, her witnesses, and me, and a couple of technical assistants. And no one else is participating in person. Remotely by electronic means, we have the other attorneys and parties, and I think at this time we'll have them state appearances, followed up by our in-person lawyers. So let's start with the city.
Brian McLeod, Deputy City Attorney, appearing for the City of Wichita, Kansas.
And for DWR?
Stephanie Murray for DWR.
And for Groundwater Management District number 2?
I'm Tom Adrian, and Dave Stuckey up here on behalf of Aquifer Groundwater Management District number 2.
And for the interveners?
Tessa Winley.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, this hearing is required to be accessible to the public. So the Division of Water Resources has kindly set up a YouTube link, which is posted on the DWR website. If anyone is joining by the Zoom or GoTo link, please mute your microphones. We are endeavoring to have a very delicate balance of how our audio is working, so it will simplify things tremendously if you are muted. and then the attorneys can unmute when it's appropriate for them to speak. The public is encouraged, allowed, welcome to provide written comments. All written comments should be emailed or mailed to Rhonda Hutton at the Division of Water Resources, and her contact information is also posted on the Division of Water Resources webpage, the page for the Wichita ASR project. The deadline for submitting public comments is 5 p.m. on February 26, 2021. We have held the dates of February 18 and 19, 2021, to finish this hearing if necessary after this week. For the record, I'll also note on January 4, 2021, DWR issued a news release regarding the details of this resumed hearing. On November 2, 2020, the new chief engineer, Earl Lewis, issued a notice affirming the continued delegation to me to preside over this matter. Previously, this authority had been delegated to me by former chief engineer David Barfield and former acting chief engineer Chris Badel. On December 30, 2020, Chief Engineer Lewis issued an agreed waiver of Kansas Administrative Regulation 5-12-3. In short, that regulation required this hearing to take place physically within the geographic boundaries of GMD2. However, the COVID-19 virus made that impractical. The parties agreed to a waiver of that regulation to achieve as timely a conclusion of this matter as practical. Generally, the parties agreed to the proceedings being conducted fully or partially in a virtual format, and that any in-person proceedings take place within a 30-mile radius of the boundaries of GMD2. I would like to thank the parties, all of whom cooperated most professionally to achieve this waiver. I also want to thank Stephanie Murray, who took the laboring oar to get it drafted and executed. I would also like to note the extraordinary level of professionalism, cooperation, and patience shown by all counsel and their clients as we dealt with the unforeseen and unavoidable delays caused by this pandemic. I also thank each of you in person today for compliance with public safety measures, including wearing masks and social distancing. In addition, all parties have agreed it is appropriate for me to take administrative notice of the Wichita ASR annual accounting reports for 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016, which are located on DWR's website on the Wichita ASR page. And now we are ready to resume testimony. And at this time, I will turn the case over to Tessa Wendling.
I have a couple of
her witnesses.
I have a couple of housekeeping matters that I think we should take up first.
Pardon me just a moment,
I
Brian.
can't hear him. You need to speak up.
The court reporter was unable to hear you.
I'm sorry. I have a couple of housekeeping matters that I think we should take up before starting testimony.
I'm sorry, I should have asked. Please go ahead.
When we were last together, everybody may remember that Mr. Pope and Mr. Bays both had difficulty remembering whether the groundwater management district had in the ASR prior proceedings opposed the concept of passive recharge credit. And I think I pressed that line of questioning perhaps too aggressively, but coming back and checking through documents, we discovered that indeed the groundwater management district did, in its recommendations on the ASR permits, oppose the concept of passive recharge credit. And I believe I mentioned it in an email, and you asked me to put that on record. And so to dispel any unwarranted implication from my line of questioning, we will stipulate that we know, in fact, the groundwater management district did recommend against passive recharge credits in those prior proceedings.
Thank you. Thank you.
The other thing that
Any other preliminary matters before we begin with testimony?
one other, and this pertains to the exhibits that came via
Brian,
email
can't hear you.
yesterday.
Brian, I'm sorry. I think you're going to need to speak a little louder for our court reporter.
Okay, there is one other matter, and it has to do with the exhibits that came from counsel for interveners yesterday, which exhibits included some excerpts from accounting reports on ASR, and as to those, the city has no objection. I think all the parties have said those full documents can be admitted, and so the excerpts can as well. The other documents that came with that email are all somewhat problematic, and I've had a very short span of time to review these issues. So if any other counsel think that I'm wrong about salient facts, feel free to point out to me where these things were provided in discovery. But I think the state of facts to be in the interveners' interrogatory responses, I believe the words minimum desirable stream flow are not mentioned. The study on minimum desirable stream flow, I believe, was not provided in discovery. A prior version of it appeared as Exhibit 4 when the interveners' notebooks were prepared, but I don't think that the city had it during discovery or was advised of the issues during discovery, or that it was going to be an area of contention by the interveners, or that they were going to offer either testimony or exhibits to that set of issues. Also, the graph that appears to depict 1930s stream flow and modeled stream flow, we have not seen that document previously in discovery. We have not seen the CV of Mr. Richard Basor in discovery. And to the extent that that is being provided in an attempt to qualify Mr. Basor as some kind of an expert or witness with special knowledge, that's extremely untimely. And so as to all of the exhibits that came yesterday, other than the excerpts from accounting reports, the city objects and will object to their submission and admissibility, and will object to the interveners offering testimony, expert or otherwise, to the subject matter area of minimum desirable stream flow.
Okay, Ms. Wendling, would you like to respond?
Sure. Exhibit 4, the article provided.
We're not hearing her.
Yeah, we're not hearing a word Tessa's saying if she's talking.
I'll start over. Forgot to unmute. I will probably do that a lot. Exhibit 4 that I provided yesterday was a reprint of an article, including the web address or site that the document is available on. It is the same article, nothing changed. I thought as a convenience, it would be helpful for everyone to know where the document came from, based on comments made in previous rounds of hearings asking that specific question. The resume for Mr. Basor is not an attempt to qualify him as an expert. It is a document that I thought helpful to show his background. Mr. Basor will testify to his background and experience. However, the document was for information purposes. I'd planned to admit it for identification, hadn't necessarily planned to admit it as an exhibit. And the final graph provided is part of Mr. Austin's analysis that he has done, and is a visual representation of oral testimony that he planned to give. For me, it's helpful to see the visual. If the document itself is not admitted as an exhibit, it's not material to me. I think the visual representation is helpful as he provides his testimony. And as to whether or not in discovery or in our briefs, I used the words minimum desirable stream flow, I would need some time to go back and look. It's been 2 years and I simply don't recall. Minimum desirable stream flow, as council has indicated, and the impacts to that are significant. And I think it's in the public interest that we consider any available testimony on a minimum desirable stream flow due to the importance and due to the mutual desire of everyone to protect both the aquifer and the streams.
Mr. McLeod?
So, and to reiterate about the document that was Exhibit 4, we recognize that it's closely similar to the document that is Exhibit 4 in the intervener's exhibit book, but we don't believe that it was ever provided in discovery while discovery for the case was open. So the city has never had any opportunity to explore the intervener's positions on minimum desirable stream flow when discovery was actually open in the case.
Ms. Wendling?
The report is the report that Mr. Austin had used in his analysis, and I don't recall if it was, provided, so I will, if Brian says it wasn't provided, then it might not have been provided in discovery, but it's been in the binders since last, or December of whenever we started this, 19.
I would add, I'm not seeing the document referenced in Mr. Austin's report, where he gives a list of documents that he reviewed, and at the end of his report, a list of links to documents, references, and their hyperlinks. I'm not seeing the one that's Exhibit 4.
I'm going to take a minute, take a look at this exhibit. We're going to go off the record for a minute and do some technical adjustments while I review these. Okay, we are now back on the record. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Taking Mr. McLeod's objections out of order, the CV of Richard Basor, Ms. Wendling makes clear that he's not, there's no attempt to qualify him as an expert and he will not be questioned as such. So I see his CV as it's harmless to have it in the record. So I think that's fine to include that. The minimum desirable stream flow exhibit, the apparently reprint smaller type version in Exhibit 4 that was recently offered that appears to be the same as Exhibit 4 that has been in the interveners exhibits for some time. The parties have had access to that exhibit, and minimum desirable stream flow has had a significant amount of testimony, I believe, by all the other parties, at least by many witnesses before today. And it is a significant and relevant aspect of what needs to be decided. So I'm going to allow that exhibit to remain. The graphic illustration, which I think is Exhibit 25. Ms. Wendling describes that that's just an illustration that Mr. Austin will be using to explain his testimony, that she does not intend to offer it as an exhibit to be admitted. So I will allow him to use that to demonstrate and help me understand his testimony. Have I reviewed all of your objections, Mr. McLeod?
And I note one more, as we were looking through documents, minimum desirable stream flow is actually not mentioned in Mr. Austin's report as a subject that he's going to address. So that entire major subject has been completely excluded from his expert disclosure. Given the amount of flack that the city has consistently had in the case over expert reports and disclosures, I think it would be tremendously unfair to let Mr. Austin testify as an expert to an issue that's a major issue, but was completely excluded from his expert disclosure and report.
I'm gonna go ahead and weigh in here just because I have his expert report right in front of me. I'm on the 3rd page of his expert report, and I don't know if he uses the term minimum desirable stream flow or not. I need to read through that again, but that second full paragraph on the 3rd page, he talks about river flows and how artificial recharge impacts river flows. Does he say minimum desirable stream flow? I don't know, but he talks about river flows, quote, infiltrating into the basin storage area, index cells, or outflowing to the river. Likewise, in his conclusions, I'm quoting his report, increasing recharge either increases flow from the aquifer to the Arkansas and Little Arkansas rivers, or decreases flow from the rivers to the aquifer. That's on the 4th page of his report. I mean, there's a number of places where he talks about river flow. Does, again, does he use the term minimum desirable stream flow? I don't know, but there's different ways to explain the concept. And I don't think the mere fact that he doesn't use that term is prohibitive for him to be able to testify to it.
In response to that, I would say that everywhere that Mr. Austin is discussing those flow issues in his report, it is part of his criticism of the accounting method for the AMCs. It is not part of any analysis that there's any impairment of minimum desirable stream flow. There's no analysis in the report of minimum desirable stream flow or what it is for these reaches of the river that are adjacent to the aquifer. It's been completely left out of his expert report and disclosure.
Ms. Wendling?
Mr. Stuckey explained it very clearly. I don't believe the words minimum desirable stream flow are in Mr. Austin's report. He testifies, or his report talks about the interchange and flow between the river and the aquifer. The testimony he has is regarding factual gauge data of actual stream flow during drought conditions. It's not, he did not do independent analysis of whether or not there will be an impact to stream flow. He speaks merely on what has happened during past drought scenarios.
Keeping in mind the latitude that there exists for administrative hearings versus strict civil litigation, we're not tied directly to otherwise applicable rules of evidence. And as I glance over this, and if this needs to be revisited during Mr. Austin's testimony, then we could revisit it. But at this time, I see that what appears to be in Exhibit 4 is consistent with what Ms. Wendling is describing. And that since Mr. Austin addressed the interplay of stream flow and aquifer levels, that this appears to be related to his report and his anticipated testimony. So I'm going to allow it for now. If a further objection needs to be lodged later, then I'm sure we can address that at that time. Any other preliminary matters before we start testimony?
Not from the city.
Okay, hearing none. Ms. Wendling, you may present your first witness, and we will need to have him sworn in to begin with.
The intervener is called George Austin. All right, for all parties involved, I'll draw your attention to what I'd like to mark for identification as interveners Exhibit 2, which is Mr. Austin's expert report and CV. Mr. Austin, will you give us an overview of your background, education, work history, and any certifications?
Yes. My education background is, from a college standpoint, is I have a degree in civil engineering from Kansas State University and a degree from Emporia State in physics. I began my work career as an assistant county engineer in Finney County, Kansas, Garden City. The remainder of my career was with the Kansas Department of Agriculture and the Division of Water Resources, mainly in the water structures section. First as a dam safety engineer, then as section head, overseeing the section that was in charge of obstructions of streams. And during that tenure, I also served as an administrative hearing officer in connection with abandonment of water rights, termination of water rights. And after that assignment, I entered the interstate litigation team position, worked with the attorneys associated with the compact violations or enforcement on the Arkansas River, and then also on the Republican River. In those two situations. Much of that effort was in connection with the compact is on a surface water distribution. And in as much as groundwater affected the delivery of surface water to the state boundary in both cases, the Supreme Court ruled that that groundwater needed to be regulated to prevent depletion of stream flow that was owed Kansas. So in some respects, that was a direct effect on how I view water rights, groundwater pumping in connection with stream flow. And since retiring from the Division of Water Resources, I've had clients that I worked for to try to assess the delivery of water on the Arkansas River at various points to irrigation districts. The model that I used was one I developed in the Ark River lawsuit that became the settlement agreement method of accounting for water at state line, and further extended it from the state line to Garden City, Kansas, for my clients, and to try to make sure that there's a fair apportionment among the irrigation districts along the Arkansas River to Garden City.
Do you hold any licenses or certifications?
I have a professional engineer's license with Kansas, and I have had a license on land surveying, which I went inactive this past year on, mainly because I don't practice it much anymore. And secondly, of course, continuing education is required to maintain your license. And that was just a step too much for me to handle, since I didn't have any income on that survey.
You mentioned that you worked on a settlement accounting model. Can you elaborate more on what your role was with that?
Well, one of the disputed issues in that interstate original lawsuit was the fact that water released from John Martin Reservoir, which is about 60 miles upstream of the Kansas-Colorado state line, was reaching Kansas in an altered state from what the release would be. In other words, the ditches along that 60 miles reach would step on Kansas's release from John Martin, divert it onto their lands, and then whatever we got was the return flows from those canals. And you know, a 4-day release of fairly high discharge would end up reaching the state line at a almost unusable rate of discharge, and greatly diminished unless you counted for 20 days or something like that. So in looking at the compact, it addressed the John Martin releases and said that the state line, water at the state line should be viewed as if it were being discharged from the dam. And so I developed a model that would take into account normal losses of transport through that 60-mile reach, and identified what the hydrograph, what that release would look like at the state line if not interfered with by Colorado ditches and groundwater appropriators. And after some negotiation, that was accepted by Kansas and Colorado with some modifications as part of the negotiation, and was then recommended by the special master in the case to the U.S. Supreme Court, and in 2009 was accepted as part of the accounting process that is used by the compact to make sure Colorado is not diverting Kansas water inappropriately. And since that time, I don't believe they've had to, well, they may have had one time where they had to place water in John Martin on account to basically pay for depriving Kansas of some water. But it's basically the law of the river from the standpoint of delivering releases from John Martin Reservoir.
And have you, other than that model, have you worked with or reviewed other models? Other than this model, have you worked with or reviewed other models as part of your career?
Yes, part of my role in the lawsuit was to review and be familiar with what was also accepted as part of the case. It's called the hydrologic institutional model, which at its root base looks at groundwater diversions, is basically a mod flow type model. In fact, Steve Larson, who developed it, developed the predecessor for USGS to the mod flow model. And in addition, looking at diversions and surface water diversions and other impacts to river flow. And so as part of that effort, I was trained attended training by USGS on the mod flow model, not so much to operate it as a model, though I have done simple models, nothing as complex as the Aquifer beds, but in order to familiarize myself with the inputs, what the output should look like, how the model operates.
And you've mentioned continuing education. What courses or conferences have you taken or attended to maintain your expertise in this area?
In regard to groundwater modeling, I attended a course in Denver, Colorado Federal Center with the USGS to is a multi-day course to develop mod flow models, operate them, look at things such as boundary conditions, typical aquifer characteristics, and produce a report as of how that model operated. And each team within that course developed models on different scenarios. The team I worked on actually had a aquifer that main boundary was a stream, a river, and so we had to develop boundary conditions for that river, and also test the pumping and model that and its effect not only on the river, but on the aquifer as a whole. In addition, I've attended several U.S. Corps of Engineers courses and trainings in regard to surface water models, such as Hydrologic Engineering Center, RAS, River Analysis System, and HEC-RAS. And so, and some of that goes way back to attending Corps training in Tulsa regarding dam breaks, because as noted in my CV, I spent a lot of time on safety of dams and the way rivers operate when bridges, dikes, and dams are placed on.
And what have you been doing since leaving DWR?
Since leaving DWR, initially I continued working on some of the interstate things under private contract with the state of Kansas, and then otherwise I've been working on some groundwater user applications for water rights, mostly in connection with sand and gravel operations. And then, as I mentioned earlier, on the Arkansas River in connection with the stream flows and distribution to ditches. And several small projects regarding, for instance, one in Scott County where the county put in an inadequate culvert, and so there was a civil action against the county in regards to flooding farmers' homesteads. So some projects such as that.
And how would you describe, based on your experience, the relationship between groundwater and surface water?
Well, they are an integrated, connected system, in as much as, and in connection with those lawsuits, the interstate lawsuits, even though those were surface water compacts, in as much as the groundwater pumping affected the responsibility of the upstream states to deliver water to Kansas, that was considered to be a direct impact on surface water flow, and it can be modeled and accounted for. In DWR, when I began, it was clear that from the standpoint administratively, the groundwater and surface water were separate, in as much as how they were administered in water rights. And so until certain legislative actions were taken, such as in the Environmental Coordination Act, state water planning statutes, from a water rights standpoint, they tended to be separate. Remember Warren Lutz, who was a predecessor to Lane Letourneau in water rights, explained to me that for the city of Florence, the water right was a surface water right, even though it was flow from a spring, because once it was out of the ground, it was a surface water right. If they had put a well into the spring while it was still groundwater, it would have been a groundwater right. So so that physical separation was clearly administratively what DWR historically looked at water rights. I think with the lawsuits in the Ark River original number 105, we clearly saw from the standpoint of interstate actions that they were connected. And I think if you look at statutory and regulatory efforts by the agency, it reflects that trend. So I think clearly when you look at groundwater, especially things that are close to the river or a stream, then you have to take in some consideration of what amount of that diversion, groundwater diversion, is actually withdrawing water from the stream.
And it's your understanding that modeling can help you understand what groundwater diversion is actually coming from the stream.
Well, if you're going to count for quantities and have a measurement of how much is either being lost to the stream or is the stream is contributing to the aquifer in terms of recharge, the model is the only way you can quantify it beyond doing some base flow analysis. Stream flow is really kind of two components. The main component is we call runoff component. It's water that, or excess precipitation, is water that runs off the surface of the land and enters the river. And that's when you oftentimes see the peaks, which may be flooding, or but in addition to that, there is a base flow component, and base flow is groundwater discharge into the river or stream. And you can do a detailed analysis. In fact, in looking at the USGS modeling report, 2013 5042, I believe it is, as some of the boundary areas, they had to, it appears they had to look at that. There may actually be a report on that base flow study, but I had not reviewed that, or did not review that before performing my expert report analysis related to that. But just as I mentioned in the mod flow courses that I took, we had to do that sort of thing, or make a flat assumption of what the flows were and the interaction was. So base flow is really the element of flow that the minimum desirable stream flow is part of. So in some of the process of developing minimum desirable stream flow, it appears that base flow and MDS are used interchangeably to a certain extent. But it is a lower limit of base flow that is regulatory and well, actually statutory on streams.
So if I heard you correctly, the base flow is lower or greater than minimum desirable stream flow?
Base flow is a variable depending on groundwater levels, the amount of discharge from groundwater. There's a part of it that I would call is the bank storage element that is transitory, transient, and temporary, where when high flows of runoff come down a stream, they, at that higher stream level, they go into the bank and raise the groundwater level immediately adjacent to the bank. And then as that stream goes back to a lower flow, that water comes out and re-enters the stream at a later time. And
Enters the stream, what?
it re-enters the stream at a later time. And the other aspect is the main aquifer, depending on its level, discharges base flow at different levels. So base flow is variable. Minimum desirable stream flow, some streams have seasonal ones established, and other streams have just a single minimum desirable stream flow. But those are based upon in-stream uses that need to be met that are normally addressed by base flow. And so they're a portion of base flow. MDS is a portion of base flow, developed by study state of Kansas through the Kansas Geological Survey, Kansas Water Office, and the Division of Water Resources participation.
And what are some of those in-stream uses?
Well, some of those can be recreation, can be water quality issues, can be much of it has to do with the biota of the stream, the fishes and plants and things that are in the stream and protecting their ability to exist. Other in-stream uses may be appropriators on that stream, surface water appropriators on that stream.
You mentioned that following the compacts, there were some legislative actions that were put in place. Was minimum desirable stream flow one of those?
Minimum desirable stream flow, I think, was first statutorily identified in about 1980, which was prior to the filing of lawsuits in regards to compacts. The quantification of what that issue was, what minimum stream flow was, came later, and it was towards the late 90s where they came into effect. I think the lawsuits provided the impetus to quantify the term, but minimum desirable stream flow as a statutory identified from a state planning standpoint, an identified goal was first put in law in 1980. So one can see that by 85, we were already identifying how groundwater affected stream flow through the compact basis. And I think that's where a lot of the language for minimum desirable stream flow regarding groundwater usage came in.
While you were employed at DWR, were you involved in any of the phases of the ASR project?
No, I was not involved in the ARS.
And what were you engaged to do as for this hearing? What did I engage you to do?
Well, initially, you asked me to review the model in detail, and at the time, I thought that I might rerun the model. However, I think I had like 13 days to process and review things. So after looking at the things identified in the model, how the approach that was used, the values that were used, I didn't feel like I could add anything regarding the appropriateness or use of the model by doing a modeling run. So I, in talking to you and receiving instruction, I then reviewed reports associated with the ARS, with the modeling for the ARS, the count models, and other aspects that were related to the Equus beds and the Wichita ARS.
Now, looking at Intervenors Exhibit 2, is this the report that you prepared?
Yes.
And the latter half of this exhibit, is this your CV?
Yes.
And did you prepare the CV?
Yes, I did.
Do you know approximately when you prepared this?
I would say just prior to the December 2019 hearings.
And was this document accurate at the time you prepared it?
Yes.
Have there been any major changes or additions to this document?
Well, the only change that I see might be on memberships in connection with the Boy Scouts of America, Bayhawk Area Council. I am no longer on the executive board as of February 2020.
Would you like to briefly tell us about the publications and papers that you've referenced on page 2 of your CV?
The Kansas Disaster Report, FEMA Disaster Report 1000. That report was in connection with the 1993 flood. Most severe portion was in the Kansas River Basin, but there were also other parts of the state affected by that. I, in conjunction with FEMA officials, White House appointments, did a inspection and review of the conditions along the Missouri and Kansas rivers in Kansas. Prepared my portion of it was providing information as to levee failures, mostly agricultural levees in Kansas, but also included some municipal ones such as at Silver Lake, Kansas, and up in Donovan County, Kansas, So that was kind of the report that each state prepared as in conjunction with the 1993 flood and the basis for which certain funding was assigned to the various states. Appendix, excuse me, this mask is a little hard to see through. Appendix F2 agreement concerning the offset account, John Martin. And it's part of the fifth and final report of Arthur L. Willworth, Special Master for the U.S. Supreme Court in connection with the Kansas v. Colorado Regional number 105. This was the write-up of the model which I prepared in connection with accounting for the state line flows and releases from John Martin. The river routing model, Upper Arkansas River, Kansas. It's a report I prepared for the Frontier irrigation ditch, which is the furthest upstream Kansas irrigation ditch on the Arkansas River, basically at state line, and is essentially a continuation of the model used for the John Martin releases to model the movement of those releases from state line down to Garden City. And at each diversion point provides a predictive flow. Current is still subject to some investigation, and Division of Water Resources has it under advisement for their administration of water rights, but it's still an ongoing matter.
Shifting gears. If you would find there should be a black binder up there in Exhibit 1. In the black binder is the city's proposal. And I believe it's in section 4-ish, or 4-3, where they talk about the, I think you had it. It's a thick.
I had it. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. 2 black binders. Okay.
So section 4.0 on page 4-1 of City's Exhibit 1 is where the city discusses the proposed ASR accounting methodology.
I'm not seeing the exhibits.
Does it say proposal?
Proposal cover letter and the proposal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And page
4-1. Now, as part of your work and review, you spent a lot of time on the accounting methodology, and you had some concerns after reviewing the city's proposed accounting methodology. Can you walk us through what some of those concerns were?
Well, my concerns on the accounting methodology was the switch from a model-driven accounting process, looking at the various cells, to something that was appeared to be a percentage loss or percentage effect methodology that, when I compared it to the counting models that had been run 2013, 14, 15, and 16, appeared that those percentages were less than what seemed to be experienced in the previous modeling efforts. Both from the standpoint of initial losses through the recharge process, the diversion and recharge process, and also from the migration of recharge credits through the cells, and in some cases lost to the streams, to the river, Arkansas River. Well, they only show losses to the Little Arkansas River. The Arkansas River is normally a recharge, in that and they don't show, through their accounting method, any losses to the Arkansas River.
On page 4-3, in the last paragraph of that page, it says loss rates of 5% initially and 3% annually are supported by the historic accounting process modeling. Is it this 5% initial loss and 3% recurring loss that you said you found to be less than what was actually reflected in the accounting report?
Well, when I was looking at it, it appeared to me that in their tabulations, in the summary of their tabulations, that the initial losses were as much as 8%. In other words, up to 8% of the water that was diverted, and this was metered, and the amount that was metered recharge that went back, that was used, that seemed to be closer to 8 or 9% rather than 5%, that initial loss. And then the 3% annually seemed to be generally higher when you looked at the beginning recharge value, or what the recharge credits existed, what the new recharge was, how much was the credits were withdrawn through pumping, how much moved between cells, and then how much was lost to the river. It appeared that cumulatively that it was something more than 10%. So and that was based on each annual modeled accounting of those 4 counties. So each modeled accounting for the recharge accounting process. So in looking at that, it appeared that the numbers I was looking at, which were the numbers provided by the reports by the city to Division of Water Resources, did not support the percentages that they were using in their proposed accounting methodology.
For the recurring losses, do you know what the recurring loss is meant to represent?
Well, there are losses that occur on an annual basis, and it's basically symbolizes the movement of recharge credits from one cell to another, and until you get to cells that the loss is to the stream. And that loss affects that reoccurring loss affects all the recharge that is credits that are in that cell.
And for the cells, index cells located along the river, is that a loss of water downstream?
Yes, generally the slope or grade of the groundwater surface elevation is downstream towards the Little Arkansas River, at least from the standpoint of the basin storage. So it just, in looking at that reoccurring loss, and then looking at the previous accountings, it appeared to me like that the annual loss was to the stream was higher than what you would get through the methodology being proposed.
So with the strategy of managing the aquifer full, how does that impact losses from the aquifer downstream?
Well, the last model, accounting model that I reviewed was 2016. And so most of that change in operation, I think, occurred prior to that, or at least the effects probably had not yet shown up. But generally speaking, if your groundwater level goes up, it means more water is discharged into the stream. And so if more water is now being discharged to the stream, I think physically you would have a higher recharge credit going to the stream.
And do you know where the 3% recurring loss, what data that's based on? I'll refer you to figure 15 of the proposal.
So 3% is the central EBWF area.
Central what?
Central EBWF area. Equus bed, and then you have to help me with WF.
Wellfield.
well field, huh?
All right, shifting back to your expert report, you referenced USGS 2103-5042, which is also an exhibit to the city's proposal. And I believe your comment was increasing recharge either increases flow from the aquifer or decreases flow from the rivers to the aquifer. Why do you believe that is significant in a concept in relation to the city's proposal?
Well, because maintaining base flow is important. If you increase that base flow, then you've created a situation where there's more surface water available. That's potentially a positive. But then if you go into drought operation, then if you have a tendency to pump much deeper than historically has occurred, then there's going to be much less base flow available. In other words, groundwater discharge into the stream. So, so that can affect those in-stream uses that you're wanting to try to protect. It's not saying that during a drought that stream flow won't go to zero, but it is saying that it can be an impact. Sometimes it's a temporary impact, sometimes it can be a permanent impact. If you look at the streams that currently have minimum desirable stream flow identified by the state of Kansas, you'll note that many of those streams tend to be streams that are not heavily affected by groundwater pumping, where we have significant groundwater level depletions. It is, and part of that reason is that because of that earlier pumping, before we recognized base flow potentials, the base flow was removed through pumping. So there was no MDS, for instance, to establish on some streams because they'd already gone past the point of being able to address or maintain a minimum desirable stream flow.
And is it, am I understanding correctly that currently, or the past accounting reports that you were able to look at for 2016 and previous does take into account and perform an accounting of the gain and loss from the streams to the aquifer?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Is it, did I understand correctly that you believe the 2016 accounting report reflects the gain and loss from the Little Arkansas River into the aquifer, and that it's a back and forth flow?
Well, basically, you would have to look at certain reaches for one thing, and then secondly, you would need to decide whether or not the stream was gaining or losing. And a gaining stream basically is as you go down the stream, you have more and more flow. And this is true whether you have runoff or have base flow. That's a gaining stream. And a losing stream is that the flow decreases as you go downstream. And so if you look at the modeling, you will see that there is, I think it's for 2015, you will see that there's about 4,000, maybe 5,000 acre feet being modeled as infiltrating from stream flow to groundwater. And where that happens is typically in a losing stream reach of the stream. And you'll see that there's like 38,000 acre feet for that year being accounted for going into the Little Arkansas River from groundwater to stream flow. And that would indicate that where that occurs, that's a gaining stream. And so as your groundwater levels go up and down, the reach of which you have either losing or gaining will vary. And the lower the groundwater level gets, the less gaining stream you have and the more losing stream you have. And so the higher the stream flow going to groundwater, infiltrating to groundwater will be, and the less your flow from groundwater to stream will be. So there is not an absolute switch,
Mhm.
but it's a switch based upon what's occurring along the various river adjacent cells.
So in with a full aquifer state, the basin storage area is leaking more downstream than it would if the aquifer were at a lower state. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your previous, when you were talking about your previous experience, you said that a groundwater pumping can impair surface water rights. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know what's done when that happens?
The groundwater right could be administered by the Division of Water Resources to limit how much they can withdraw, and potentially that area would be modeled to determine what that difference in operation would be. On the Wet Walnut Creek, which is a major contributor to Cheyenne bottoms. Many years ago, the chief engineer established a intensive groundwater use area upstream from the Cheyenne bottoms area, and certain limitations were placed, reductions in groundwater pumping were placed on the groundwater users. Primarily, it would have been to junior users, but because of the process that went through, that they were able to voluntarily get some reduction, even from folks that might have been senior users, so a senior water right.
Do you believe is that a similar process if the impairment is to minimum desirable stream flow versus another user surface water right?
Recently, the Division of Water Resources, and this is after my tenure there, but they did some minimum desirable stream flow administration on the Republican River. And this is just based on newsletter, so I don't have any actual knowledge as to how they administered it or what that administration looks like. And I think in a very recent newsletter, Kansas Rural Water Association newsletter, they also are talking about Rattlesnake Creek, which is affecting a federal water right.
In reviewing the City of Wichita's proposal and the proposed modifications, did you see any consideration of whether the proposed modifications would impact minimum desirable stream flow?
I didn't really see anything that addressed it. I think there's, well, I'm pretty sure that the Division of Water Resources, the chief engineer, his orders indicate that MDS has to be taken into consideration, and it's kind of standard language in that regard, I think. But I don't see any part of the proposal that necessarily addresses or the modeling that necessarily addresses minimum desirable stream flow. One part of the chief engineer's order is related to the setting a limit, which is above minimum desirable stream flow, below which the city can't divert. So, I mean, from that aspect, there is an administrative address to that issue, but I didn't really see where there was any modeling that really addressed the MDS impacts.
In the interveners exhibit book, behind your expert report and CV, under tab 3, it's the thin white one, yes. And under tab 3 is a document. Can you tell me what this document is?
Yes, it is a document that I basically tabulated work that was done by members of the 3 agencies I mentioned earlier, the Division of Water Resources, Kansas Water Office, and the Kansas Geological Survey, that were retrospectively looking at MDS achievement based on 10-year increments. So, for instance, the first one, the first part of the table says 1969 to 1978. That was the decade that they looked at achieving minimum desirable stream flow, and they achieved it 98.3% of the time. In other words, almost over 98% of the time, there was more stream flow than minimum desirable stream flow. Or the other way to look at it, 1.7% of the time, it fell below MDS. And this was on the Lark River and at the Valley Center gauge. And so if you look at the asterisks, the single asterisks, those are ones that were decades that were done in the retrospective study. I'll call it the Young study, since Young is the first person named on it, first author.
Will you turn to tab 4 and tell me what that is?
That's the study which I was, or write-up of the study that I was referring to.
So if the data with the asterisks are taken from that report, can you tell us what the other columns where that data is from?
Well, 1999 to 2008 was not in that report because of the gap and because of the time that it was issued. The ones with the upward arrow or caret, the 2009 to 2018 was an update that I did. The computation along the lines, and you will note that for that decade, it was 83.8% achieved. And if you go back to the 89 to 98, that was 89.6. So at least for this data, it shows a decline. And then the final one was just looking at the model, the drought years that the model uses 4 times, the drought model. It shows that achievement is 63.4%. And so while that is, like I said, normally they look at least retrospectively, the state has looked at it from the standpoint of decades. I looked at that piece of the 2009 to 2018 decade that's represented by those 2 drought years, just to see what impact it had within that time frame. And so there was that's based on the stream flows that were gauged at Valley Center on the Little Ark River.
Now, I believe you and Mr. Romero had a discussion of the drought year achievement and had some different figures, or something was a little bit different between your analysis?
Yes, Dave Romero, in doing his modeling, looking at the drought, came up with about 10 CFS of stream flow decline that he had modeled from the standpoint of pumping and all those and that effect. And he indicated that he felt that about 5% would be, or about 1/2 or 5 CFS, he would assign to the Little Ark River. As I mentioned in the accounting models, they don't, those models don't show any discharge to the Ark River. So this deficit is really the reduction of discharge to the river. So I would have thought the 10 was wholly going on the Little Ark, but as a modeler and knowing the limitations of his model, he felt that 50% of that 10 or 5 CFS was an appropriate level of assignment to that. And so that's what he did. And okay.
Did you have anything further to add? I didn't want to interrupt.
Well, in looking at that draft model and finding an additional 5 CFS flow occurring, you would probably find this 63.4% to be lower. How much lower? Maybe 5 or 10% lower, but at least from the predictive sense of that drought model, it would indicate compliance would be, or achievement of minimum desirable stream flow would be lower than what the actual stream flow showed.
All right, will you also turn to what is tab 25 in the interveners binder, which is, as you were very kindly and patiently explaining MDS to me prior to this, and your figures regarding past stream flow. Will you tell us what the graph is under tab 25?
Under tab
25?
25. Oh,
We almost lost.
no. I was looking at 5, I'm sorry. That graph is
Hold on, can you hold up the exhibit? We want to make sure we have. we're
of
looking at.
flows at Valley Center for the drought model and for the 1930s, the historical 1930s drought, which was considered the 100-year drought history. The orange line is the 1930s graph. And all this is a graphic of what the gauge readings were at that time. And the blue is the actual stream flows for the 2011 and 2012, repeated 4 times to look at the model. And in addition, I put a 20 CFS line, which is the MDS standard, on there. And so that graphically you can look at and see how often flows are above or below MDS, which is kind of a visual of that achievement level. It's also representative. If you look, you notice the 2011 and 12 tend to be much lower than the 1930s stream flows. And I think one could probably say that the 30s were a pre-irrigation stream flow. And obviously 2011 and 12 were a irrigation and municipal use or a groundwater pumping scenario. And so they had a greater impact on, or that impact on stream flows is represented by the lower levels, the less achievement of MDS. So this is just a graphical representation of the actual stream flows. Now, I will mention that the date axis, the horizontal axis, is really on just time, but they're not the exact dates, because 2011 and 2012 were repeated 4 times, but I could find no way of cleaning that data. And also so those are both 8-year graphs, but they're not necessarily representative of the dates listed on that axis. It's more for reference to let you know which year is, or let you know that a year is occurring and that it occurs during that year.
And as we consider the proposed modifications, modeling a drought based on 2011 and 2012. Do you believe the actual MDS achievement in 2011 and 2012 is an important consideration?
I think it's an indicator of the importance of MDS achievement. As you saw for the decade of 2009 to 2018 in my table, the decade of the MDS achievement wasn't tremendously different than what had preceded it, though it was smaller than the next smallest one.
So it was what?
It was smaller than the next smallest one of achievement rate. But it would, if you had an 8-year drought instead of a 2-year drought, it clearly would be even more impactful. However, I didn't have that information. That's if you look at Dave Romero's report and his graphics, you would probably add additional or subtract more flow from each preceding year from the actual stream flow or gauge stream flow. I did not do that. I just repeated it 4 times, the same stream flow.
I would like to admit interveners exhibit number 2, which is Mr. Austin's expert report and CV.
Are there objections to Exhibit 2? Okay, hearing none, Exhibit 2 will be admitted.
I would also like to admit interveners exhibit 3, which is the percent of achievement of MDS chart.
Any objections to Exhibit 3?
I'm just reiterating the objection already made by the city.
Is someone speaking?
Brian is.
I'm sorry, I just reiterate for the record, the objection that was already raised previously by the city because the document was not produced in discovery or with the original expert disclosure.
Okay. That's noted. Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
And finally, I'd like to admit exhibit 4, which is the Young article.
Same
I'm
objection by
sorry,
the
I
city.
did not hear what you just said.
I'd like to admit interveners exhibit 4, which is the Young article we also spoke about earlier.
Objections to Exhibit 4?
Reiterating for the city, the same objection previously made, the article was not produced in discovery.
And for the same reasons that I cited earlier, that objection will be overruled. Exhibit 4 will be admitted.
And I have no further questions at this point.
Okay. This might be a good time to take about a 10-minute break. So we're going to go off the record and we will be back on in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2.
I can hear you.
Okay. So that should take care of that problem.
Is she talking through her computer or?
Okay, we're now back on the record after a short break. And I believe at this point, we move to cross-examination of George Austin. Mr. McLeod?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Austin.
Sorry, I was
Sir?
on mute.
Looking at your expert report, page 1, under the heading background, you said the main purpose of my examination would be to review any aspects of the input and output data of the models used to simulate the effects of the groundwater pumping and recharge elements and account for the City of Wichita's administration of the Aquisbeds Aquifer Storage and Recovery Project, ASR. Is reviewing aspects of the input and output data of the models, is that a fair statement of what you did in your work?
In looking at the groundwater model, yes.
Did you do any actual modeling of pumping scenarios?
In connection with the development of the groundwater model, the counting models, I did not look at the pumping aspects of that.
On the first page of your report, under the heading procedure, you say excerpts from the various publications were excerpted regarding the various concerns. This suggests that your review procedure may have been limited to excerpting excerpts of documents that you've identified in your report. Is that correct?
I did have data files, but I did not include those in the any comments regarding that data, as I found it to be sufficient and adequate and reasonable. So the remainder of my report was more of a document review of the reports made by the cities, their experts, and other experts involved in this.
So to the extent that you looked at the data sets, you concluded that the data sets used in the modeling were reasonable.
Yes.
In looking at the reports that you analyzed, did you begin with whole documents, or did you begin only with excerpts of documents that Ms. Wendling had furnished to you, from which you selected more limited excerpts for your report?
I reviewed the whole documents. These documents, as indicated in the last page, were housed on the Division of Water Resources website concerning the City of Wichita ARS project.
On the first page of your report, under the heading Model Data Files, you say originally it was believed comparison the data sets used in different model runs would be of value. But who believed that, Mr. Austin?
Initially, that was what I felt was a reasonable thing to look at.
And then you say, after review of the data sets, it was determined that further comparisons would be better served based on the reported results in the various reports. Who made that determination?
That was my determination.
What was the extent of your actual comparison of the data sets used in the modeling? Inputs and outputs?
The extent of my review of those were to look at the values, for instance, the various aquifer characteristics and things that were used in the model to address the transport of water, the pumping effects, and that sort of thing. And what I found was those inputs were of a reasonable nature. They were calibrated by the USGS through their modeling effort and their report of 2013 5042. And so I didn't feel like further exploration of that data was required.
And then the reports that you went on to review, those would be the reports that are identified in your review of reports section spanning portions of pages 1 through 4 of your report, correct?
I'm not sure I understood your question. Sorry about that.
Okay, backing up, after review of the data sets, it was determined that further comparisons would be better served based on the reported results in the various report. And in referring to the various report, are you talking about the reports that are identified under your heading review of reports, which spans portions of pages 1 through 4 of your expert report?
I looked at more reports than I referenced in my report. I only reported on items that I found within those reports that raised a concern with me, and I did not report in general on all reports that were available to me or and had a review.
Do you remember what other reports you looked at?
I have a notebook that I recorded those in, but I don't have a specific memory of each one that I looked at.
How many groundwater models have you personally built?
I've built 2. One was with ModFlow. The other was a simplified model because it didn't require the complexity of ModFlow.
Please explain what a ModFlow model is and how it works.
ModFlow model is a groundwater model which originally was built to look at groundwater contamination transport. But it was also found to be applicable to groundwater pumping effects and their impacts based on certain boundary conditions. It in simplified terms is a model that looks at inflows, subtracts outflows, and comes up with a change in storage, whether positive or negative, which is related to how groundwater moves through the aquifers and the characteristics of that aquifer, which are generally produced in through a calibration process where those factors are looked at. Results are compared to actual data, and then modifications or calibration is made to help fit that data to a reasonable and acceptable level.
Are you familiar with an MNW2 package that is sometimes used with mod flow models?
I am not.
Did you notice in reviewing the model that had been run for the city's proposal in this case, whether that model had utilized the stream flow package or the river package?
I don't know that.
Are you familiar with the concept of conductance?
Yes.
And can you explain to us what is conductance?
Conductance is a principle of how water travels or transports through the aquifer as defined by its physical characteristics.
Are you familiar with the stream flow package and the river package that are sometimes used with the mod flow model?
I have used it, but as I stated earlier, it was only used once. So, and that was some time ago, so I can't say that I'm currently familiar with it.
And would it follow equally that you wouldn't be familiar with any differences between how the stream flow package or the river package would work in the model?
I don't know the answer to that question.
How does riverbed conductance work as a factor for determining head within the mod flow code?
Well, certainly the riverbed the riverbed head is part of the process that pushes water either in or receives water out of the aquifer, depending on that head relative to the groundwater head. And the conductance is due to how fine or how coarse the materials are and the makeup of that material and how it transfers the water or transports the water through the groundwater.
And so information concerning that material has to have been put into the model for the model to run correctly.
It would, since the river is a boundary on the model, certain values would have to be put into the model to operate that boundary properly. And it is generally once again, a calibrated effect that is looking at what actually occurs and how the stream behaves and how the groundwater adjacent to the stream behaves.
Can you explain how heads are calculated and assigned to the river within the model?
The heads generally are assigned in rivers are assigned based upon the depth of flow, which is usually a gauged flow, but because gauges aren't at every point along the river, some interpolation or well, I would say some interpolation is generally required to review the amount of flow, the cross-section of the stream, and the depth at which it would flow at any point along that stream.
What is the time step of the model?
The time step, as I was looking at it, appeared to be on an annual basis.
How many ASR accounting reports have you assembled for clients?
ASR accounting reports? Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, how many ASR accounting reports have you assembled for clients?
None.
Would it be true that all the accounting work that you have done has been with respect to less complex systems than the Equisped aquifer?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. Less complex than what?
Than the Equisped aquifer?
The accounting forms that I've done with regards to surface water have, as part of the criteria, are losses or gains based upon groundwater models. Those, however, were not independently done through the accounting model. So the accounting models I have done are taking into account surface water transport and availability. So they are not the same as the groundwater accounting method.
Can you tell us, Mr. Austin, how the mod flow model is currently used to assemble the ASR annual accounting reports that document the physical recharge credits?
Well, as I stated in my report, I did not evaluate the models individually. I looked at the output from the model. So I can't explain how the ASR accounting models or how ModFlow operates within that.
And in your evaluation of the Burns and McDonald proposed AMC accounting numbers, you didn't run the mod flow model, did you?
No, I was looking at the outputs of the reports that were provided.
That what?
Of the reports that were provided, where I had access.
So, Mr. Austin, I think you've already indicated that you reviewed the data sets used in the model. You concluded that the data sets were appropriately used in the model. You didn't have criticisms of the data sets. You didn't run the model to check Burns and McDonald's numbers on the AMC credits. How can you have a basis to assert that the numbers that they reached are wrong?
I did not assert that the accounting models and the output from them were in error. In fact, I used those as the basis for me to look at the proposed accounting methodology, the non-model methodology, to express some concern about the values being used in that accounting process, that proposed accounting process.
in the work that you did, um, with respect to the Ark River compact models, did you personally create or develop the models that were used during the compact development?
The compact was signed by the two states, Kansas and Colorado, back in the 1940s. So there was no model development on the compact. With the litigation in 1985, outside consultants worked on models for both Kansas and Colorado. And part of the litigation ended up that the states were headed in parallel directions, and that the Kansas consultant developed model, the HIM, was the one that was chosen to represent the compact conditions that were in existence at that point in time. And of course, this litigation went from 1985 to 2009, when the Supreme Court finally ruled on it. So I had no input or relationship with the origination of that model. I came in at a later time frame in 2000 and began my work with the interstate team in connection with what was already a developed model.
And during that work, did you think that we're getting a lot of feedback? I'm not sure from where. During the work on the Ark River Compact, Mr. Austin, when you were working with DWR, do you think that models were a useful tool for the chief engineer for solving the issues in that project?
Model was really the only tool that could settle the disputed issues that the two states had. And it was through negotiation, in some cases compromise, to get a model that was acceptable to both parties. And it, as much as it produced a settlement and completed the litigation, it definitely was a useful tool.
And you had mentioned during your direct testimony, Mr. Austin, that there were some modifications to the model that were negotiated. Do you recall what those modifications were?
Well, in connection with the river model, which is the accounting model for the state line flows, the main changes were that a factor of channel loss, or transit loss as I call it, was added. This was based upon a scientific report, I think it was USGS in Colorado, that for the reach of the river from John Martin to state line had calculated some factors as to what that transit loss would look like. So the model which I had kind of had a built-in channel and bank storage factor, but it did not include losses such as evaporation, transpiration, and those sorts of things. And so by using the model or the study that USGS had developed on that reach, and inputting, creating that as a function within my model, it produced a result that was compatible with the viewpoints of both Colorado and Kansas.
As those modifications were discussed between the parties, did you agree that they were appropriate modifications to be made?
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
And there was feedback again.
So,
I'll try again. The question, Mr. Austin, was after the parties discussed those issues with the model, did you agree that the modifications that were made were appropriate?
Brian, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in here. There's some technical adjustments getting made on this end, and the previous questions you asked did not get heard. So if you'll give us a moment, please. And we're going to go off the record here for a few minutes and try and work this out so there isn't the echo, and so we can accurately.
I will just manually mute it
okay.
and unmute it. when
Yeah, I
he's
was
asking.
gonna say that's probably gonna be your best bet. Wait till like maybe 5 seconds after he's done asking you the question, and then.
Okay.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. We're back on the record, and Mr. McLeod, I think you need to go back 2 questions.
Okay. For an attempt at continuity, I think Mr. Austin had described some modifications that were made to the model on the project. He was working on the dispute between Kansas and Colorado. And my question for him was, after the parties had discussed those modifications, did he agree that the modifications were appropriate modifications to the model?
The modifications were a change that improved the model and its performance. It also provided I'll call it an error margin that was acceptable to both states, since streamflow data that we were using had a plus or minus error potential. So it incorporated things that were physically appropriate and totally acceptable. In fact, some of that was suggested by myself. So it in a negotiation, you don't always get 100% of what you want, and neither does the other party. So it was an appropriate compromise, and it is effective and accurate from my perspective.
Thank you. Going back to your expert report on page 1, under the heading U.S. Geological Survey Scientific Investigation Report 2013-5042. That is one of the documents that you found to raise concerns to the point that you took some excerpts from it, correct?
That I commented on and excerpted it, yes.
And your report reflects that this is a report on the ModFlow model itself, correct?
I was quoting what in that report they said were the limitations as to the ModFlow model and the assumptions and that they had made, particularly in terms of cell size and in cell size or grid size.
And dating from 2013, this is not a report that was derived from the simulations modeled by Burns and McDonald in support of the proposal, was it?
Could you repeat that question?
Yes, dating from 2013, this report is not a report that's derived from the simulations modeled by Burns and McDonald in support of the city's proposal, is it?
It is the USGS model, which was the basis for Burns and McDonald building upon it.
Do you know if there were differences in the data sets between the simulation that was the subject of this 2013 report and the data sets used in the simulations modeled by Burns and McDonald in support of the city's proposal?
I did not see any major differences in those data sets. Now, if there were data that was different or refined, I could have missed some of that, but in general, I felt like they were consistent with each other.
And Mr. Austin, I'll ask you as an aside, you've been present for a lot of the hearings prior to today, haven't you?
I think I've been present for about 60% of the hearings.
You were present the day that Mr. Romero testified about the modeling results of Balu Groundwater Inc., weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And did Mr. Romero indicate in his testimony that Balu Groundwater had also used the ModFlow model for their work?
I believe so.
Looking at your conclusions from the U.S. Geological Survey Scientific Investigation Report 2013-5042, you note that the groundwater flow model was discretized using a grid with cells measuring 400 feet by 400 feet. Model results were evaluated on a relatively large scale and cannot be used for detailed analysis, such as simulating water level drawdown near a single well. And that's a quote from the U.S. Geological Survey Scientific Investigation Report, isn't it?
It is.
Can model results be used for simulating impacts on water levels in a 400-foot by 400-foot cell, and thereby water levels at a well site within that cell?
The water level can be determined according to that, depending on the data in which they're trying to affect. I would point out that impairments of individual wells oftentimes is at the time of greatest greatest pumping, and those levels, groundwater levels, are not represented in the model. The model generally is reflecting the static water level, which is after recovery from the pumping. So any specific impact on an adjacent well might be understated by the model, and in fact may be misleading as to what the impact is during the maximum pumping time, rather than during the maximum pumping.
Wasn't a major point of the Baloo groundwater modeling to simulate impacts at individual wells in order to determine whether any might be impacted by pumping to the proposed lower index limits?
He did state that.
Do you think Mr. Rivero was wrong about Baloo's ability to simulate those impacts with the ModFlow model?
I believe that he was looking at the model and a change in groundwater level, that is a static groundwater level, as an indicator of what the impact is. I don't think that his levels necessarily reflect the actual potential for impairment. It only reflects the potential for impairment.
In your report, you also refer to the model cells used by Spinazzola and others for stress period from 1935 through 1979 being a mile on each side with pumping assigned to the center of each cell. Do you mean to imply by that observation that the 400-foot by 400-foot grid of the current model is somehow limited in resolution because of Spinazzola's use of the 1935 to 1979 pumping data discussed in the 2013 USGS report?
It would be affected only if you were going back and calibrating or modeling to that information. I don't believe that's what's done in the current models done by Burns and McDonald.
Okay, and that's actually my next question. You weren't under the impression that any of the forward scenarios modeled for ASR used any boundary conditions or packages, including pumping or stress period information from 1935 to 1979, were you?
No, I only believe that they were using a calibrated model that did use that information.
If in the periods modeled by Burns and McDonald, and for that matter, Baloo groundwater, the ModFlow model uses pumping values with the universal transverse Mercator coordinates reported by DWR for the represented well locations, how would Spinazzola's use of 1 mile cells and centralized pumping assumptions for the 1935 to 1979 period in any way limit the resolution of the later simulations that are not 1 mile cells and not using the 1935 to 1979 pumping data?
The calibration used that information. That does not limit the applicability of the data used later and the locations used later within a 400 foot grid. But all I'm saying is I think the model is looking at a different thing, a potential of impairment, based on the change in storage or the change in groundwater level, and not the impact of active pumping at its peak pumping time for a short period of time that may have a much greater impact. So it's not a complaint about the model or what the model shows. It's just that I believe it's showing the wrong thing.
Going to page 2 of your report, where you reference USGS Scientific Investigation Report 2010-5023 pertaining to water quality in the Equispeds Aquifer and Little Arkansas River before implementation of large-scale artificial recharge South Central Kansas. That report relates to the time period 1995 to 2005, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you cite some language from the page 1 study abstract of that report. Did you review the study beyond the language that was in the page 1 study abstract?
Yes, I did. The abstract language was only adopted in as much as it, I guess I would say, summarized or highlighted the issue that I was looking at.
Following your citation of the language from the study abstract, you conclude the rise of groundwater elevations in the basin storage area would lessen the hydraulic gradient, and therefore movement of the chloride would be slowed. Can you explain why that is?
Essentially, it would change the slope of the groundwater level, and if you raise it enough, it would reverse the direction of general groundwater flow. That's, I think, what I was trying to report there. I would also note that saltwater is a greater density than freshwater. So the consequence is that it may be less affected by changes in groundwater level than freshwater is, but nonetheless, the hydraulic gradient would tend to be, from its aspect, negative to that flow, and therefore would retard or slow the groundwater flow, including the salt water.
To the extent that the aquifer were maintained at pre-development water levels or near pre-development water levels, very full, would you expect that to slow chloride migration more than a scenario where levels were drawn down to lower levels, such as 1998 water levels?
I think the difference would be how those processes would affect the groundwater gradient. If the aquifer were raised uniformly or without, specific areas, it would no longer be a barrier necessarily to the salt water, even if it's flattened the gradient and slowed it. But if you draw it down, then certainly you can steepen the barrier, or steepen the gradient. And if you pump it down enough, you can remove any groundwater barrier that there might be by the higher heads, which I think by recharge wells and other means can be maintained.
You note that the studies plural, as it's expressed in your report, do not address the lowering of the index elevation to 1993 levels, which were historic lows. Are you referring there to the USGS Scientific Investigation Report 2010-5023, or were there other studies as well that you felt did not address that?
I guess I'm not seeing that particular language.
Okay, look at the bottom of the second page after the cover page, under the heading ASR Permit Modification Proposal Revised Minimum Index Levels and Aquifer Maintenance Credits by Burns and McDonald.
I see that now, and I see the language. As far as the studies, I presume you look quick. I'm certainly referring in part to report 2010-50-23. I do not know what other studies I'm referring to in that sentence, unless I report or mention those later in the report.
Did you review or consider USGS Report 2014-1162, Simulation of Chloride Transport 1990 through 2008?
I don't know without referring to the notes I previously mentioned, which I do not have with me on the witness stand.
Do you know if that was one of the documents that Ms. Wendling would have provided to you?
Generally speaking, the documents which I had were referred to me through the link to the DWR ASR website. I don't actually remember her giving me any specific link, though she may have said you should look at this report or that report. And so those certainly were looked at, but if she provided me nothing but specifically the link. And I also did independent research as to what reports might be applicable to the matter that were either not on DWR website or were listed on USGS database.
Thank you. That anticipated my next question, actually. Were you present for the discussion by other witnesses of model pumping scenarios that compared baseline pumping in the aquifer with scenarios involving increased pumping by the city for defined periods?
I'm not aware of those discussions by the witnesses.
Do you have any recollection of any of the witnesses being asked questions about pumping scenarios where the city pumping in the aquifer would be doubled with some other assumptions, and they were looking at a report that projected chloride impacts?
since most of my input on discussions with other witnesses was regards to surface water impacts, I don't remember ever discussing scenarios as to pumping and putting those into models. I basically were talking about the outputs that I was seeing and how those might be represented in the models to get a better understanding, but I was not involved in any pumping scenarios or anything like that beyond the reports that I reported here.
Do you remember ever seeing a USGS document that involved that kind of pumping simulation in the course of your independent research?
I have no memory of seeing anything like that.
If the exhibits are all present, if it's possible to put City Exhibit 11 before the witness, I think it may be the document. I would like to ask the witness if he has seen that document before.
Brian, because the exhibits are in your various binders, not numerical, could you direct us to the appropriate binder?
Black binder, I think.
Is it an exhibit to the proposal or something else?
Brian, I'm seeing attachments, but I'm not really seeing exhibit numbers. Could you give me a little better idea of what the title or what the report is that you're referring to?
Yeah, it would be in the actual record of the hearing as City Exhibit 11, and it is that USGS report 2014-1162, simulation of chloride transport 1990 through 2008. Purple binder, I think, upon reflection. And probably behind the 5th tab there.
I have a tab that says chloride simulation, and it has a report that says open file report 2014-1162, preliminary simulation of chloride transport in aqueous beds, aquifer, and simulated effects of well pumping, artificial recharge on groundwater flow, and chloride transport near the city of Wichita, Kansas, 1990 through 2008. Is that the...
Okay, had you seen that report before or used that in the course of your analysis of chlorides?
Brian, the title sounds familiar looking at it, but as I look through the body of the report, I really don't recognize this report as being something that I relied on.
Okay. In your report, you note that pumping to the lower levels would increase hydraulic gradients and potentially accelerate the movement of chlorides. Do you use potentially there because you aren't sure whether it would or wouldn't accelerate the movement of chlorides?
I use potentially as because I did not calculate or make any calculation that would say it one way or the other. I didn't do a transport chloride transport model or anything along that line. So I was looking at the report I referred to simply from the aspect of what it was reporting and how the aquifer and the chloride transport would act.
Okay, let's look at that study, and specifically, we can still stay with the study abstract that you cited in your report, which mentions that the chlorides in the Burton plume moved about 3 miles during the past 40 or 45 years. So if we did the math on that for the average per year movement, that would be about 0.75 to 0.075 to 0.066 miles per year on average in those 40 or 45 years, wouldn't it?
That would indicate the transport speed is per year is approximately that, yes.
And then in the decade 1995 to 2005, in that decade, the total movement was only about half a mile, or if we did the math, about 0.05 per year on average, correct?
I haven't done the math, but I accept your estimation.
And the study attributes this to decrease in the hydraulic gradient after 1992, correct?
It attributes it to that in the actions that were taken in connection with the chloride plume.
If we look at the fractions of miles and convert to feet in terms of feet of movement, do you agree that for the 40 to 45 year period, it would come to about 396 to 348 feet per year on average? And for the 1995 to 2005 period, about 264 feet per year on average.
Those would be comparable, yes.
So if we were to compare the two periods and subtract to discover the reduction in movement from the annual average in the 40 to 45 year period to the annual average for 1995 to 2005, the difference would be about 132 to 84 feet per year, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Given those figures from the study abstract, if we suddenly flipped back to pre-1992 water levels, and hence to the pre-1992 rates of migration for a year or 2 years, would you expect the impact to be more than a few hundred feet of additional chloride migration?
Well, if it's only for a short period of time, yes, I would agree with you there on that. I don't know if it's only a short period of time. Depends on the recovery rate and things like that.
Right, and to some extent, the question was a hypothetical, assuming that it just was that for a year or two. By contrast, if water levels in the aquifer were drawn down from current levels to 1998 levels, and that persisted for a period of 20 years, would you expect that to increase the groundwater hydraulic gradient and increase chloride migration as a result?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know what I would expect because I'm not sure relative to any other period of time what 1998 would entail.
So if we were to assume that 1998, since it's in that 1995 to 2005 timeframe, that if the the movement of chlorides there would be at that reduced rate of about 0.5 miles a year for the years in that time frame. But it persisted for a 20-year period. Would you end up with a greater or lesser impact than the impact of pre-1992 levels for only a 2-year period?
I don't know the answer to that question. The impact at 98 within a period average, I don't know where it set as far as, an average is done over that period of time. 1998 might have been a high travel time, or it might have been a low travel time. I don't know where it sets in relative to the average. However, if it did agree with that average, then 20 years versus 2 years at the other, that's a kind of framed in a way that, yeah, the 2 years is not going to be as drastic as 20 years at another level.
Indeed, if we just use the average numbers for the two periods as they are calculable from the USGS report, we'd be looking using 264 feet per year for 1998 at a mile of chloride migration over a 20-year period, wouldn't we?
If it's the 0.05 feet or miles per year average, yes, it would be. You would be right as to the number of miles that it would occur over 20 years.
And by contrast, the higher pre-1992 average rates of migration, if confined to only 2 years, we would expect around 792 or 696 feet of chloride migration during those 2 years, even though it's moving at a much higher annual rate, correct?
Using those averages, you would get exactly as you have calculated.
Mr. Austin, I know you were present when council were debating it and the hearing officer had to make a ruling. But in that you're the witness testifying today and you wrote your expert report, I will just ask you, is there a discussion of minimum desirable stream flow in this expert report?
On stream flows in general, and when you're dealing with groundwater flow, either in or out, it is related to base flow, which minimum desirable stream flow is part of. But the term minimum desirable stream flow is not part of my report.
And is there discussion in your report about the impact of diversion for the ASR works on minimum desirable stream flow or on base flow?
Actually, there is. When I talk of groundwater pumping impacts and how they can be groundwater levels impacts on stream flow, that is talking about base flow, because base flow is that portion of stream flow that is produced by groundwater infiltration into the stream.
Okay, and to clarify, I was asking about diversion from the river for ASR works. Is there any place in your expert report where you discuss the impact of diversion from the river for ASR works on either base flow or minimum desirable stream flow?
The only place I talk about diversions from the river is in connection with the counting process and the assignment of credits to that, the AMCs to that pumping. And so I don't talk about the diversions of effect on stream flow. I was looking at the AMCs and whether or not 100% or whatever the percentage assigned for AMC purposes to stream flow diversions was appropriate or not, or what the value might be appropriate. So I would say my answer is I did not look at diversion stream flow in regard to base flow per se.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Austin, that in fact, under the terms of the existing ASR permits, which would not change if the permit modifications were approved, the city can't divert water from the river unless the river is above base flow? Isn't that true?
I think the value I saw was 30 CFS as a standard, and that may or may not be wholly base flow, depending on what's happening in the river. But if your county model is showing 38,000 acre feet of flow going to the stream, that's 38,000 acre feet of base flow. So if you couldn't pump, if you weren't able to pump base flow, there'd be 38,000 acre foot in that stream that you could not pump. And so as a consequence, I'd say that it's 30 CFS is what I thought I read in the conditions, and not base flow, because it would almost eliminate you ever pumping from the river.
Mr. Austin, when in the years when you were with DWR, how many permit applications did you analyze for minimum desirable stream flow compliance?
I did not analyze permit applications for minimum desirable stream flows because that was a water appropriations right. However, in connection with structures, water structures and obstructions in streams, 82A, 301 through 305A, I did review dams, levees, bridges, other obstructions in streams as to their impairment of surface water rights. But that did not at that time include MDS. I moved to interstate efforts in 2000. MDS was, I believe, actual flows for MDS were established in what, 1999 or somewhere on that, 94. So I was not involved with that particular review.
You know,
however, I would point out that surface water, impairment of surface water diversions is in some respects the same potential issue. It's just that it is a water appropriation right stream and not a MDS, but MDS is an appropriation to essentially. So that the analysis would be similar.
Do you know whether any of the interveners claim surface rights in the river adjacent to the aquifer?
I only heard about a third of what you said based upon the movement of your mask.
I'll repeat the question and try to speak a little louder. Do you know whether any of the interveners involved in this case claim surface water rights in the river adjacent to the aquifer?
I don't know that. That was not part of my study.
Do you know if there's any party other than the city of Wichita that claims surface rights in the river adjacent to the aquifer?
I don't know that either, whether it's only the city of Wichita or there are other folks either upstream or downstream of Wichita.
Mr. Austin, were you present when Paul McCormick testified about the AMC accounting model?
We're not hearing Mr. Austin's answer.
Sorry. I had it on mute.
I don't think it was Mr. Austin. Suddenly we just seem to lose audio.
I hit mute instead of unmute. So I was giving you an answer and it wasn't transmitting to anybody. So unless you could read my lips. In connection with Mr. McCormick's testimony, I believe I missed part of that, but I do remember that he, at least the part I listened to, that he did talk about AMC, but I don't know whether that was the whole discussion or not.
So in your review of the AMC credits, you were looking chiefly at accounting reports from actual physical recharge from years from 2012 through 2016, weren't you?
I thought it was 2013, 14, 15, and 16 that I reviewed. But yes, that would be correct.
And all of those years, the aquifer has been pretty full, wasn't it?
It was fairly full, yes.
I mean, would it be true that over the course of that time span and coming back from the drought of 2011 and 12, that generally those water levels would be trending upward for that whole period?
Trending upward for that whole period, it appears from the accounting information that it was trending upward, but there's no guarantee that it would. I mean, nature is nature, and so physically occurs what occurs, and if pumping was changed or something like that, it certainly would also add to it. But yes, the accounting information indicates that it was moving upwards.
And I think that you've recognized in your earlier testimony on direct that when the city goes and puts recharge in the aquifer in its say 2015 condition, when the aquifer is relatively full, a lot of that is just going to leak out into the adjacent streams, correct?
It's a little bit like filling a cup and then adding more to the cup and it goes over the rim, maybe. So yes, it would tend to send more water to it. It would increase the loss rate, I would presume, of the recharge credits to the stream, as well as other water to the stream.
And because of that, the retention rate of recharge in a year like 2015, it's going to be much lower than if the city based an AMC credit on, say, the year 1998 and its retention percentage.
Yes, it would, but also it would be a reflection of the actual conditions under which recharge would have occurred. So in some respects, regardless of how you compute what artificial recharge might look like on a specific date, the conditions of the aquifer would dictate what the losses would look like. And if they are high, the losses would be high.
So isn't the effect of that, Mr. Austin, if you base the AMC recharge credit on the leakage that would occur from physical recharge, aren't you really then punishing the city for keeping the aquifer at a full level by imputing that same leakage rate as if the city were trying to physically recharge that full aquifer?
I don't think it's a penalty. I think it is simply reflecting the actual conditions of the aquifer, and rather than trying to artificially find a aquifer level that minimizes that effect. If you're going to store water, recharge water, or by theory, put recharge water in there, then the losses should be reflective of the actual conditions, not some other condition.
And I understand that that's your opinion, Mr. Austin, and you weren't present for the part of Paul McCormick's testimony where he discussed why the more conservative leakage assumptions were used, were you?
The leakage assumptions were part of my review for my expert report. However, I did not tabulate them, or I did not find the summary of those results until after I'd written those reports. I didn't tabulate it at all. I just read the summary that ran from 2009 through 2018.
Do you recall if the proposal itself contains some statements acknowledging that the leakage rates used in the proposed AMC accounting method are not as great as the leakage rates that would have pertained if the city were recharging the full aquifer?
The leakage rate is higher in the actual conditions than it would be under the proposed accounting method, yes.
So Mr. Austin, if the AMC credits are not approved and the only credit available to the city is the existing physical recharge credit, would you agree with me that in order to achieve better retention of recharge credits in the aquifer, the city would have to lower the water levels to a point where recharge credits are retained better than they can be at the full aquifer level?
I would say they would have to balance their operation so that they maximize their recharge rate and minimize their leakage rate.
Do you know, Mr. Austin, during the 2011-2012 drought, when you were showing us that the achievement of minimum desirable stream flow was only 60-something%, during that period, did DWR administer groundwater users' rights in order to protect minimum desirable stream flow?
I don't know that they did. I'm not aware of that.
Do you believe that that's what should happen? I mean, if we're treating minimum desirable stream flow as a senior right, a senior surface right in the river, in times of drought, when minimum desirable stream flow is threatened, should DWR shut down junior groundwater users, starting with the most junior groundwater users, to protect that minimum desirable stream flow?
The MDS administration is done in connection with long-term declines in MDS achievement. So I would not expect that during a drought, as long as normal pumping in reaction to the drought occurred, I would not expect DWR to jump in and do that type of administration. They might, but that would not be my suspicion. The ones that I know about are systemic problems that they're addressing, not transient problems that may be related to a drought.
If you would look at figure 16 to the city's proposal,
I found it.
Mr. Austin, if you would look at that figure, does it appear to you to be graphically comparing results of the proposed AMC accounting methodology with the existing physical recharge methodology?
Let's see, it's a graphical representation of the table 4.2 below.
Yes, that is a graphical representation of figure 4.2. Looking at that graphical representation, does it appear to you that the accounting methodology proposed for the AMCs follows pretty closely along the same path as the accounting methodology for the existing physical recharge credits?
It appears to do a better job in early years and starts to deviate to the greater much more in the, during the years of the accounting which I reviewed, 2013, 14, 15, and 16.
And that would be attributable to the difference in the leakage rates that are being used, wouldn't it?
I believe so.
Mr. Austin, I don't know if you remember the details of the reporting and evaluation that Mr. Romero testified about. But in presenting their view of the impact if the city pumped its 40,000 acre feet water rights, plus what it could draw with existing limits, if it had all the AMCs that it could accumulate, they came up with, I believe, a drawdown of 5 feet as the impact from that in the most affected part of the well field. And my question is, have you calculated the impact of stream flow of a 5-foot lower water level?
I have not. However, I don't know if it's the scenario you described, but Mr. Romero did present information that there was a 10 CFS reduction in stream flow in his work, and it of which half of that, 5 CFS, he assigned to the Little Ark River.
I don't have further questions for the witness.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the GMD. Dave or Tom, do you have questions?
Can we have a short break for lunch and just reconvene after lunch? Yeah, we have a series of questions.
I think that's a fair request. So it's about noon. Let's resume at 1.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think people get pretty hungry by the time we're done. I mean, not that we have a ton of questions, but we do have some questions.
Okay, well, we'll take those up after lunch. We'll go off the record and take a break for an hour. Thank you.
I wonder if we can get Lane to change his picture.
You know, Tom, if I knew how to change it, I would.
Okay.
I'm sorry if it's offensive.
No, it's not. It just looks too contented.
Well, you know, there's a story behind it. I had to go to an eye.
Okay, I think we should be getting ready to start back up again. Okay. My first question is for everybody here in Halstead. Are we ready? Are we ready to go? Okay. And there I am on echo again. Okay, and I think we have, I'll just double check. We have Brian for the city, you're back on. Yes, I see you waving. And do we have Dave and Tom for GMD back on? I see you, Tom.
Yes.
And Stephanie for DWR, do we have you back?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, I think we can go. So we're back on the record. And direct examination for George Austin had just concluded. Or no, I'm sorry, cross-examination by the city with George Austin had just concluded. So now we turn to GMD2, and I will hand this over either to Dave or Tom, whichever one of you is going to handle that.
I'll be asking the questions, but just to clarify, historically we've had.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Yes.
Forgive me. I think I took this out of order.
Yeah, I think it's DWR historically is what I was going to say. That's gone next.
now I
And so
can't hear you.
if you wondered why there was a long delay from us when you asked if we were ready to go, that was why. So.
Well, I'm sorry. You probably should have pointed that out. And not to disadvantage anyone. Stephanie, would you be ready if DWR goes next? Or did I muck that up?
I actually don't. Oh my gosh, that's so loud. I actually don't have any questions for Mr. Austin. So Dave can go
That
ahead.
makes it easy. Okay. So then, Mr. Stuckey, please go ahead.
Okay, let the record reflect that Stephanie gave the wrong answer as far as what I was expecting. But so we'll proceed. First of all, on Mr. Austin, I'm not seeing you on my screen. Are you still there?
I am.
Hey, Mr. Austin, you talked in your resume, your CV about your years working at DWR, and I was trying to add that up. Would you say, was it roughly 22 years that you worked for DWR? Is that correct?
It was 30 years.
30 years, okay. And so in your 30 years of working for DWR, what I heard you testify to is that you had built or helped build a couple of models. Is that correct?
Sorry, I hit mute. Yes, that is correct. It's not all the models I had built, but the ones that were pertinent to this discussion, yes.
Okay. So you said you helped build a couple models, but just to clarify the record, you helped work on other models, like where you would, when I say worked on them, you would have analyzed them, you would have provided insight on them, you would have looked at the inputs. Is it true that aside from the two that you built, you would have worked on other models?
That's true, and I also built other models.
Okay. Okay, so just to clarify the record, when you said originally you meant, what you meant by building two models, can you clarify the record? You just said that you've also built other ones, so can you clarify that?
Well, I built models regarding dams. For instance, one of the first ones I built, we didn't even have computers to do the programming on, so I actually did it on a magnetic strip that went into a programmable hand calculator. And what that did was route, what we call flood routing, flood through a dam structure, its spillways and that sort of thing, to determine if it was adequate. And that later developed into a standard, a model that did a lot more than that, but such as checking erosion and things like that. But that was built and utilized by DWR for quite some time. Specifically in the regulatory role, oftentimes we reviewed models that were used for floodplain zoning, flood insurance, stream operations, and those sorts of things. But we developed models with which to review those that were independent. Where, if it was mod flow, maybe a simplified model that would see if the results were within the neighborhood as an independent review. I did not do that in this case, but just to let you know that model building was part of our regulatory responsibility in the way we reviewed various regulations and the review and issuance of permits.
So how many dam models would you say you built?
Well, the base model I built, let's see, built it on the calculator. Well, first I built it graphically on that program calculator, then in BASIC, and later on two different spreadsheet type programs like Excel. And so, probably 7 or 8 models, but at the same time, those were part of that regulatory process. And as far as DWR was concerned, some of those continue on, but I imagine most of them have now gone to models developed by federal agencies like USGS or that sort of thing. But yeah.
So to clarify the record and the testimony, in your career, you've probably built somewhere north of 10 models, give or take. Is that a true statement?
As a base model, probably used them on close to 700 dams, for instance, on the assessment of dam safety. On dam breach analysis, probably on about 125 dams. So, yeah, built multiple models, but they were the same model just being applied to different situations.
And help me out here, just to try and quantify for someone that's a layperson like myself, how impressive that is. I mean, isn't it true that many engineers that may be involved in water resources and water allocation, isn't it true that many engineers may never build a model in their entire career? Is that a true statement?
That's probably true. A lot of models have, in general, become so numerous that a lot of the stuff I was doing, because they didn't exist at the time, is now a plug and play type program that you can purchase commercially or that you can get free from the federal government.
Right, and so that's my question. I mean, we're not talking about building a set of Legos, looking at some instructions and building a set of Legos. When we build a model, it's a very involved process and a very impressive set of steps that one has to go through. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's probably where also being a physicist comes in, because when you talk boundary conditions, most physics problems are solved by understanding what the boundaries of the thing that you're interested in. For instance, if you're looking at planetary movements, you might have to, in order to solve it, you might have to understand what the boundaries in infinity or at zero, what those boundaries look like.
And just to clarify, over the years, because of the various models you built, you would consider yourself an expert in modeling and building models and things of that nature, correct?
Yes, as far as the modeling process is concerned.
You mentioned in some of your prior testimony that you were involved in helping with litigation between Kansas and Colorado and some of that interstate litigation. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And I think I saw in some of your notes I believe in your CV that you helped prepare arguments for the Supreme Court. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that because I'm not an attorney, but I did prepare engineering analyses that were used by the attorneys in the action which ended up in the Supreme Court.
Okay, so if you could turn to your CV, if you would, which was admitted into evidence. If you could turn to your CV, bottom page of your CV. Are you there, Mr. Austin? Bottom of your CV.
Yes.
Okay, and for the record, I'm sorry, it's the first page at the very bottom of his CV. And I'm reading from it. It says, participated in preparation for oral arguments before the U.S. Supreme Court, participated in settlement conferences with Colorado, and then it says created Arkansas River model adopted by Colorado and Kansas as the accounting method for state line river flow deliveries. So when you talked about this river modeling you did, it was referring to this model that you would have created to help with that process. Is that right?
Yeah, I created it, and the initial model was reviewed by David Barfield at the time. He was not chief engineer. He was the head of the interstate section. And then based upon his comments, essentially caught an error, a mathematical error I had in it. And we submitted that to Colorado, and through negotiation came up with a final form and format that is now for the compact, the law of the river as far as delivery from John Martin to state line.
And that river modeling is that similar? Just to make sure I understand, come full circle here. Is the river modeling you did there? Does it have a similar applicability? I get that we're talking about a different river, we're talking about a different location, but would the applicability of the modeling you did there be similar to what the City of Wichita would be looking at if the City of Wichita had indeed analyzed minimum desirable stream flow? Would it be similar concepts?
It could be. It is more or less a river operations model in which it takes flow from one point in the river to another. And in the case on the Ark River downstream of state line, there are 7 different nodes that it basically is computing river flow, but that is that's not analyzing the impact of groundwater diversions, but it is anticipating the surface water diversions of the various ditch irrigators on the Arkansas River.
And also just explain to me the impact of having created this model in this situation, in the sense of whether or not others would then base their future work off of what you did. And for example, my familiarity is in the practice of law, Tom Adrian has several published articles on water law, and it's very possible that someone else who's arguing it in court may cite Tom Adrian's articles that he has published on water law as a basis for their argument. And so is the same true here? In other words, would other individuals look at the modeling you did for this Arkansas River model and base some of their work off of what you did or expand upon it in the future?
It is possible. I am aware that Colorado State University now teaches the Muskegon method, which is the basis of my model, in their College of Engineering. And so the methodology, at least, is alive and well within the engineering field.
So in that sense, others that followed you in the modeling you did, it appears based some of their work on what you had already done or built upon what you had already done. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know of any specific instances outside the fact that the same methodology is being used by others.
Okay, and so if I were to ask you if the ModFlow model would have built off of any of the modeling you did or anything of that nature, you wouldn't know the answer to that?
That's correct. In fact, as far as I know, the ModFlow model was pretty much brought into existence by Mario Sophocleous of USGS. He's the primary modeler, but he actually built on a model previously done by Steve Larson, who is with Sophocleous' firm now. And they both worked for USGS at the time. So, you know, it is true that these models do tend to have a evolution based upon how they're applied and who applies it. Like I said, the original ModFlow concept was to track pollutant transport. And it was found to be expanded to groundwater pumping in general, or groundwater types of diversions.
Okay, and just to be clear, what you did with the Arkansas River model, that would have incorporated the concept of minimum desirable stream flow in concept, at least. Is that correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. What subsequent modeling did you do that would have incorporated the concept of minimum desirable stream flow?
It would have introduced the concept of base flow, which minimum desirable stream flow is a subset of. So I was not working in an environment where minimum desirable stream flow was actually something we were seeking to achieve at that time. And so I don't think any of my models really were utilized for that effect.
Yeah, I apologize. I did listen to your testimony carefully where you said the minimum desirable stream flow earlier this morning was a subset of base flow. So I am correct in my statement that you did, in fact, analyze base flows in your prior modeling. Is that a true statement?
Yes, it's a boundary condition. So once again, when you're trying to resolve a model or resolve the conditions in which it operates, you have to look at boundary conditions.
You said in your prior testimony, and I don't have the exact quote, I think what you said is that the ModFlow model was designed to look at contaminated transport. I think with your quote. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
What did you mean by that statement?
Well, the pollutants that such as arsenic, heavy metals, chlorides, other salts were of interest to the environmental community under the Environmental Protection Act. And so the mercury, so a lot of industrial contaminants had gotten into groundwater, and in order to clean it up, you had to understand how it was being transported, where it was going, perhaps even to find out, by running the model, find out what its original source was, and those sorts of things. So that, it's my understanding, at least as I was taught, that contaminant transport was the original concept that the mod flow model was intended to address, and it is I guess a separate module of the mod flow model at this point, as it has broadened in its scope and applicability to other things.
But to clarify, and it's an important point, initially when the mod flow model was created, the idea of looking at contamination and things of that nature, that was a big focus of the model at that early iteration of the model. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that there's a significant interplay between surface water and groundwater early on in your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so your testimony, where you were indicating that Mr. McLeod actually asked you a series of hypotheticals, and he would ask you if the aquifer was kept full, for example, if that would improve minimum desirable stream flow. He asked you a series of questions like that. So does that speak to the interplay between surface water and groundwater?
Yes, it does.
Mr. McLeod asked you specifically that whether or not, if the aquifer was kept full, let's just assume the aquifer is at 100% versus at 50% full. If it's at 100% full, minimum desirable stream flow would be less impacted. You recall that question?
Yes.
Let me take that a step further. In the event, let's say that the aquifer is relatively full or 100% full, however we want to look at it. And at that point, the city decides to withdraw its aquifer maintenance credits. At that point, it's withdrawing the credits, it's taking water out of the aquifer. As the city takes that water back out of the aquifer, how would that impact minimum desirable stream flow?
Well, initially, it would not necessarily have a large effect, but if it's a large quantity that they're withdrawing, dropping the groundwater levels, then they would reduce the amount of base flow that's occurring, the groundwater that's infiltrating into the stream. And in doing so, it's possible that they would affect the achievement of MDS in that stream.
So in other words, over a longer period of time, if they continue to withdraw aquifer maintenance credits and the corresponding water from the aquifer, over time, it could adversely impact minimum desirable stream flow. Is that true?
It could do that. Of course, it's dependent on how much they're withdrawing and for what period of time.
Let me ask you the same question. By extension, Mr. McLeod asked you if the aquifer was completely full, minimum desirable stream flow would be less affected than if the aquifer wasn't as full. You recall that question again?
Yes.
Let me take that a step further. Another part of the city's proposal is to lower the minimum index level. In other words, allow the city to withdraw water below a current minimum. If they were to lower that current minimum index level and drop that current minimum index level, from what you told Mr. McLeod and testified to Mr. McLeod, wouldn't dropping that minimum index level also adversely impact minimum desirable stream flow?
Yes, it would. It would affect it greater than historically it has been affected by pumping because they're going below historic low levels. So the base flow would be affected, and therefore, if it's affected enough, MDS would be hard to achieve at the lower level.
Now, let me ask you this. Did the city, in your view, adequately model or demonstrate what the impact to minimum desirable stream flow would be based on lowering the minimum index level? Did they model that?
I'm not aware of any of their models actually addressing the minimum index, that new index level, because that was established not through modeling, but by a contingency amount, which
in fact, they didn't model at all how lowering minimum index, how lowering the minimum index level would impact.
Thus far.
I apologize. We spoke over each other. In fact, they didn't model at all how lowering minimum desirable or lowering the minimum index level would impact minimum desirable stream flow. Is that correct? They didn't model that at all. True?
I don't see where the models addressed any issue at that level, including MDS.
Did the city's model address how later withdrawing aquifer maintenance credits, did the city address how that would impact minimum desirable stream flow through its modeling?
I don't believe so.
And once again, this is an example of an area where there's debate about the extent to which you talked about it in your report, even though you talk about the flow of the river in and out of the aquifer, and you talk about a variety of those different concepts. But in fact, even though you were chastised for not fully mentioning that in your report, given the city didn't address that at all. Is that correct?
I don't see it addressed except in the orders of the chief engineer as far as setting a limit to the surface water diversions, how low the river could get, which was, as I remember, 30 CFS.
Right, and that was a poorly worded question. The city didn't address it at all in their expert reports or in their modeling. Is that correct?
Not that I could tell.
In your opinion, from having worked at the Division of Water Resources for 30 years, you said you served a prior time as a hearing officer, and you served in a variety of different capacities at the Division of Water Resources and you've also done a lot of modeling. In your extensive experience from your understanding of statutes involving minimum desirable stream flow and also your history working for DWR, do you feel like, in your expert opinion, the city of Wichita should have done that type of modeling?
I think they should have been expected to do that type of modeling, and because that is one of the standards that the Division of Water Resources needs to assess its effect. MDS is one of those standards. So failing to do so, I think leaves a big question mark as to if that water right is approvable or the new operation is approvable in the manner it's presented currently.
I would ask that you flip to the first written page of your report and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
All right, Mr. Austin, I'm looking at the last paragraph of that page, the paragraph that starts, there are scale and time distributions that limits the model. Can you follow me to that paragraph?
Yes.
In the fourth line of that paragraph, there's a quote, and it says, although irrigation pumpage was assumed to occur only in May through August, annual irrigation rates were calculated and used in the simulation, end quote.
That's correct.
Can you explain what that quote means?
Well, if you look at it as an annual rate and the irrigation season is only 4 or 5 months, then if you look at it as an annual rate, it's maybe half or to a fourth of the actual peak rate of diversion. And that has a markedly different impact on water right impairments of nearby wells.
So in other words, drawdowns would actually be higher during peak periods. Is that a true statement? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, during the operation of the pumping, it would be what's known as a cone of depression that's being drawn down to the well, and it's much deeper, and it also reaches out from that cone in a parabolic manner to top of the groundwater surface. When water well measurements are done, they're done generally on an annual basis, and they're done after pumping has ceased for several months. So at that point, that cone of depression refills. And if they pumped out more water than natural recharge or other recharge provided, then it's lower. Well, that lower level was recovered, and that lower level doesn't necessarily show what the maximum impairment might have been. In the middle of the summer, it might have been quite a few feet deeper than what the recovery is, because typically after a pumping season and when you measure in January or February, you find maybe 1 or 2 feet of change in the groundwater surface. And it's not always negative either, but you only find a limited amount of difference, and that doesn't reflect what maybe for 6 months was many more feet worth of impairment.
So in other words, the model aggregates the pumping over the course of an entire year instead of taking into account the peak pumping periods and accounting for that in the model. Is that essentially what you're saying?
It tends to skim over that issue. When you're evaluating water right impairment, it is a matter of whether you can use it or not for its intended purposes. And just because you could perhaps use it in February when its intended purpose was in August, when the depression was at its peak, then you've been impaired, even though it doesn't show that in the annual water measurement program.
So as it relates to the city's modeling performed in correspondence with its proposal, tell me what this all means. How does that impact what it is the city did?
Well, I think the difference is that a more specific model, not necessarily mod flow, that's based on peak discharge rates or pumping rates and relative to specific wells would show impairment into how large the impairment may have been. If you do it according to the annual average rates or to what it shows in depth, the change in storage after that pumping, then you might get an indicator that it could be that a adjacent well could have been affected, but you have no information that tells you whether or not it actually was impaired and to what extent it was impaired.
So in other words, I asked you the question earlier based on your 30 years of experience in DWR and all the different hats you wore during that time, if you thought something should be done. Again, based on all your experience, do you feel like this is work that the city should analyze in the future?
Well, I think the model has provided indicator of what potential conflicts there are to individual wells. And what would be needed is a detailed study of those wells at peak pumping times and how much impact would actually occur. If it's a domestic well, which many of them, the older domestic wells, don't go the full depth of the aquifer, and at peak pumping times, the groundwater is dropped below the bottom of that well. In other words, the well becomes dry. Then if you do a detailed analysis, you'll know ahead of time that that's a possibility. And maybe someone goes out and drills the well deeper so that it wouldn't be impaired or dried out.
I think you answered my question, but I'm actually not 100% sure. So in other words, do you recommend this as future work that could or should be done by the city to analyze those peak periods and drawdowns to individual wells?
I think yes, I think they could do it. I think that's better than saying if a problem occurs, we'll take care of it. Or we'll look at it when it occurs or what have you. If you can anticipate it, then you can remedy it before it becomes a problem. So like I said, I think ModFlow probably provides an indicator of those wells that are close to being, have a potential for impairment. It just doesn't tell you whether or not it actually is being impaired, and if it is, what the extent of the impairment is. And you need to do a much more, a different study to look at that. Not look at the regional water levels, but look at the specific local water levels adjacent to their well.
And to focus you in further, you said this is work the city could do. In your experience as a hearing officer and your years of experience in DWR, in an ideal world, is that something the city should do?
Well, I would recommend to them that they should do it, yes.
Okay. I'd like to now have you turn to your Exhibit 3. It's a table. Are you there?
Yes.
Now, what we see on this table is that during years of a drought where the aquifer had dropped significantly, what we see in this table is that minimum desirable stream flow also decreased. Is that right?
The frequency in which it's met decreased.
Thanks for that clarification. So the frequency in which minimum desirable stream flow is met decreased at the points where the aquifer was lower. Is that right?
Yes.
And in other words, in 2011 to 2012, it was only met 63.4% of the time. Is that true?
Based on my calculations, yes.
So by extension, if the city were to pump down the aquifer past the current minimum index level and pump it down, draw down the aquifer even further, would it stand to reason that minimum desirable stream flow would be met half the time or less than half the time if that were to occur?
Yes, I think based upon Dave Romero's work, where he estimated as much as 10 CFS stream flow was reduced. If you apply 5 CFS to or a reduction of 5 CFS to the 2011, 2012 stream flows, you're looking at something substantially less than 63%.
And did you quantify that exact number, or is it just by extension of what you did calculate and what you looked at, you believe that it would drop to something much less than 63%?
Well, I believe that Dave actually had in his report an estimation of 54% achievement. So I would refer you to that.
Well, and again, not
different
this
methodology
isn't
would probably get it in some close range like that. Yes.
and once again, this isn't the intervener's burden of proof or the district's burden of proof. Is this work that the city should have modeled, in your view?
Well, in terms of its long-term effects, definitely. The MDS is an attempt to prevent pumping from excessively, I think the language that's actually used, excessive pumping to lower MDS achievement. And that's not to say that during a drought, you're not going to have a pretty hard effect on MDS, but it's what the long-term result is.
And this table also tells us that if we were to withdraw a significant amount of aquifer maintenance credits in the future, if the city were to let's say, for example, the city were to accumulate its full authorized amount of aquifer maintenance credits, and that number is eluding me. They can accumulate 18,000. If they were to accumulate their full amount of aquifer maintenance credits as they're trying to put in their proposal, and they withdrew all those in the future, it would stand to reason that minimum desirable stream flow would be significantly adversely impacted. Is that right?
I'm not sure that's obvious to me. I think if recharge credits were recovered from above the current index level, that is generally considered unsaturated. And so that unsaturated isn't normally, that unsaturated is not normally contributing to the achievement of MDS or not. But if you go below that level with pumping to a new lower level, then yes, I think it would have an adverse effect on MDS, because you're going lower than historically it had ever been, and MDS is based in part on history of base flows and what level needs to be maintained in that stream.
So in other words, there's a combined effect that if they were to lower the minimum index level and then also withdraw a significant amount of aquifer maintenance credits in the future, that combined action by the city would indeed adversely impact minimum desirable stream flow. Is that what you just said?
I think that's what it has. Yeah, that's the combination it has to be. If they had 18,000 stored above the current index level, that was considered unsaturated, and it probably, quite frankly, historically is not part of the base flow and the MDS achievement. So you essentially have to be pumping that below the 1993 index level.
I want to now circle back to what you said originally, that the mod flow model was originally designed to look at water quality, in essence, water contamination, water quality. I want to circle back to that point because you spend quite a bit of time in your report talking about chloride movement and water quality. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And once again, during your time with the Division of Water Resources, you had the occasion to look at issues involving water quality. Is that right?
That's right. Generally, not very frequently, because many water quality issues were addressed by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment.
But when they were addressed by the Division of Water Resources, would you have been one of the main employees of the Division of Water Resources that would have been involved?
Only if it was primarily a surface water issue. For instance, I can think of a very small sapling, but where the chief engineer required releases from reservoirs to help with the salt content, the chloride content in surface water. But I was not really involved with that except in connection with the reservoir and what it would take to get a sufficient volume of cleaner water to dilute the chloride issue.
You mentioned a moment ago that as you look at water quality, I heard you use the term arsenic as something that may be analyzed, and there are some other contaminants that you mentioned. Is that correct? Was arsenic one of them you mentioned?
I don't remember at this point, though. Arsenic and other heavy metals and could be a contaminant that would be looked at. Some poisons are naturally occurring, but if they get concentrated because of some activity, then they can also be a hazard.
In the cross-examination by Mr. McLeod, he keyed in on the word possibly, and he asked you if you were saying it was only possible that lowering the minimum index level and or withdrawing AMCs would adversely impact chloride movement. Do you recall him keying in on that word possibly?
Yes.
I'd like you to turn to the last page of your report under conclusions and findings.
Okay.
I want you to read the very last sentence of your conclusions and findings.
The studies
For the
do
record.
not forecast future movement, though pumping the aquifer to levels below historical levels would certainly accelerate movement towards the pumping source.
So in other words, in your conclusion, you don't use the word possibly, do you? You use the word certainly, don't you?
That's correct.
So as far as your conclusions go, you're saying with a degree of certainty here that if we lower below the minimum index levels, chloride movement will be accelerated, correct?
That's correct.
I want you now to flip to the second page of your report when we're talking about the topic of chloride movement. In the third full paragraph, the paragraph that starts with a larger font that says U.S. Geological Survey, in the third line from the bottom, there's a sentence that reads, "There's no forecast as to whether the chloride plume will move in a different direction, nor if that movement would be accelerated." Is what you're referring to by that sentence the fact that the city did not forecast chloride movement and did not analyze that particular subject at all?
That would be what I was talking about, was that it did not appear that there was any forecast or prediction of what direction it would move or what gradient it would move at.
So in other words, once again, you're saying with a degree of certainty here that the city's proposal would accelerate the movement of the chloride in the aquifer and the contaminants in the aquifer. But on the other hand, the city didn't model this at all. Is that a correct statement?
I'm not sure that they didn't model it at all. Because as I've said, ModFlow can look at contaminants, but I'm not aware of their modeling of that.
In other words, as you read through their proposal and you looked at the inputs and their modeling and things of that nature, you didn't see anywhere where they had addressed chloride movement or addressed contaminants and how their proposal would impact those contaminants. You didn't see it addressed, correct?
No, I didn't see it addressed.
Again, based on your 30 years of experience working for DWR, do you think that's something that the city should have modeled?
It seems like to me it should be something, and I only state that from the standpoint that their own justification for looking at recharge and pumping from a different source was to slow down or prevent the salt plume from contaminating their own wells. So it would seem like that if you're going to change your process, that you still want to look at that primary issue to you, that is the potential for chloride contamination of the wells which you use.
I want to also extend upon that point. Is it true, am I correct in my limited knowledge of water law and hydrogeology, or whatever the terminology would be, that it's possible for contaminants such as arsenic to be locked in the clay layers? Is that a possibility?
Yes, it has happened.
So in other words, is it also possible that if we lower the water level below the current minimum index level, is it possible that some of those arsenics and some of those other contaminants would be released out of those clay layers and into the aquifer. Is that possible?
I think the reason why it's locked in the clay layers is a chemical situation. So I'm not sure dewatering them would necessarily cause them to move out of that clay. They're somewhat concentrated as a natural process, and I'm not specifically sure that whether the water involved would leach it out or leave it in place. So the fact that it's combined with clay, I would say it would tend to be fairly stable location, but a geologist might tell you differently.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, arsenic, if it leaches into our water supply, you know, that's even a greater concern than having, in some ways, than having salty water. I understand that salty water will kill crops, and that's a big concern. I'm not minimizing it, but having arsenic leach into our water supply, I mean, that's something that could be life or death as we actually consume the water as humans. Is that right?
It could, because arsenic tends to be some a poison that you accumulate over time. You don't just flush it out of your system. So it can build into a problem.
And so let me ask you this. There's arsenics known to be locked in the clays in the Equispeds aquifer, correct?
Yes.
I don't think anyone expected you to have the burden of proof as to whether or not these arsenics would be released. Back. There we go. I don't think anyone expected you to analyze whether or not these arsenics would be released, but is it a true statement that the city of Wichita didn't do that analysis or research as it relates to their proposal?
I don't see any reference to arsenic at all in their proposal.
And in fact, there's no reference to any other contaminants in their proposal beyond what I've already mentioned, chlorides and arsenic. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
And so given that some of these contaminants, such as arsenic, could be have a drastic impact on our public health, in all your experience, having worked for the Division of Water Resources, do you think that's something, those water quality issues and those water quality metrics are something the city of Wichita should look into as they're impacted by the city's proposal?
I think that would have to be examined to see what those effects could be. It, of course, depends on location and some things like that. But yes, if it should at least be looked at to see if they their new operation or their operation affects that movement of that contaminant.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wendling?
I have no further questions.
Okay. Are there any further questions for Mr. Austin while he is testifying?
I have a couple follow-up questions I would like to ask him.
Just very quickly for the record, because Ms. Wendling, this is Ms. Wendling's witness, and she didn't do any further direct of this witness, any redirect of this witness. Are we allowing for further cross? And I guess I'm just going to object to further cross on that basis and lodge a objection in that regard.
Well, that's a fair question. And I don't think with any of our witnesses, we've quite had this sequence of events. But again, in the interest of a full record and what may be helpful to me, then I will allow Mr. McLeod to proceed in a reasonable vein. So, and Mr. McLeod, it's also a little hard to hear you, so please keep that in mind.
Thank you. Mr. Austin, in terms of the city pumping out large quantities of credits that would affect minimum desirable stream flow potentially, I think there was some reference by council to there being an 18,000 acre foot limit on annual withdrawal of credits under the current permits, which would still be the annual limit on withdrawal under the new permits. And did you understand that to be the case from hearing testimony of prior witnesses in this matter?
I understood that that limitation existed in either case.
And if that were a concern for minimum desirable stream flow, should that not have been a concern investigated by DWR in the permitting process for ASR 1 and 2?
Well, as I stated, it is not a concern to me at the existing index level. I think that index level tended to address the issue of excessive diversions. But if the new proposal would mean that the 18,000 would be drawn even below the existing index level, then I think it does have a much greater potential for affecting MDS.
And so I want to follow up then with this question. Do you understand, Mr. Austin, that the 1993 index level only applies as a limit to withdrawal of credits? That is, that the city could withdraw its 40,000 acre feet year after year after year, and if it went below that 1993 index level, there would be no trigger that would stop the city from exercising its native rights below that level.
I understand that the index level was set as being the floor of where the credits could be applied, and that with the proposal of lowering that flow, you would have much greater index, a much lower index level that would affect MDS and also would allow the pumping of credits. What you do with your native right, I think that's between you and the Division of Water Resources and other water users in the Equus beds.
But I guess what I'm getting at, Mr. Austin, is if pumping below the 1993 index level would adversely affect minimum desirable stream flow, isn't that true already under the city's $40,000 acre feet native rights permits?
I presume so. I also don't know whether at some point that would trigger MDS administration by the Division of Water Resources, because that's still sitting in there.
I don't have further questions.
Any other follow-ups?
No, none from the district.
Hearing none. Mr. Austin, thank you, and you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Wendley, your next witness.
We call Richard Basor.
few seconds after they finish their question.
Question, do they by chance have some sanitizing spray, since Mr. Austin was complaining this morning about possible not feeling really great and being of an age and a concern for.
Okay, we'll go off the record for just a moment. Thank you for everyone's patience. We have a little sanitizing happening, so we'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, we'll be back on the record. And Ms. Wendling, oh, I think we need to swear in our new witness.
Sir, can I have your, raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give and the cause now pending will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, will you state your name for the record?
Richard Basore, that's Basore.
And I'll direct you to the intervener's notebook, tab 26,
I'm sorry. which
that one you have your hand on. Yep,
one? Okay. What did you say, 26?
yeah, it should be the very last document.
Yes.
Okay. And will you tell us what that document is?
Pardon?
Can you tell us what that document is?
It is,
Will you go ahead and tell us a little bit about your background and work experience?
The unmute.
It says mute now.
Okay. Jeff, can you take a look and make sure that this audio is working okay?
I hear you through these, but I'm not hearing him. That's why I'm not sure if they're hearing him.
All right, we need to make sure it all works.
How about now?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Ah, okay. So it shows a negative instead of a positive. Yes, that is essentially my resume. I am a lifetime resident of the Aquifer beds, fourth generation living in the Aquifer beds, if you will. Been around water issues my entire life because of living 3/4 of a mile from the river that floods on occasion. You grow up understanding that water is a part of your life for good and sometimes for not so much good. Was a full-time farmer, rancher, and irrigator after I finished college for 1967, 1992. I hold 4 water rights for irrigation, the first one from about 1977, and we currently utilize 5 pivots. Currently have 3 domestic wells and 2 livestock wells, or 2 of them are livestock. Served on the County Conservation District as a board member. I've been on and off of the Eagle Drainage District Board, which is well, today would be considered a stormwater utility, but when it was created in 1950, it was a drainage district. It covers 30,000 acres in northwest Sedgwick County into Reno and Harvey County, and we have about 19 mile of river levee, and currently serve as chairman of that again. I'm a longtime member of the Wichita Chamber of Commerce Water Resources, now Environmental Resources Committee, and actually probably am the longest serving member on that committee. Involved with Wichita State's Economic Development and Research Center for a long, long time, since 1986. Served on various local boards of Farm Bureau, wheat growers, co-ops, etc. I'm a past member of the old Town Museum Board in Wichita, where I served for 10 years and a couple of years as chairman of it. And I'm probably the lead person that was responsible for them getting a hold of the old Bentley wooden grain elevator before it was demolished by the railroad and getting it moved to Cowtown and reconstructed to where it's the, near as we can understand, the only working vintage wooden grain elevator and museum setting in the United States, where you can actually see grain loaded and unloaded as it was back in the day. Was a member of the initial class of Wichita Chamber of Commerce Leadership Wichita program. I was in Leadership Kansas, 1985. I'm the 35-year member of the Downtown Rotary Club. And after a career of farming and ranching, I moved on, had kids ready for college, and a father whose health was beginning to deteriorate, so took a job with Intrust Bank in Wichita as an assistant vice president in the trust department, and was responsible for all of the management activities related to all the real estate properties held in all the trust accounts that the bank was trustee for, which meant we had hundreds of houses. We had people who had their granddad's farm in Sumner County. I dealt with little shotgun houses in very bad neighborhoods. I dealt with empty cemetery lots. I dealt with 35,000 acre ranches in Oklahoma, $1 million houses, was responsible for all of the farm leasing and oil and mineral and gas leasing on all the rural properties, negotiation of those terms, had commercial properties, ended up having to do, there was an incident in California in the early 90s where the Bank of America got stuck with like $1 million cleanup bill from the EPA because they were a long-term trustee on a ranch that turned out to have a very specific pollution problem. And that went through the financial world. And so they backed off and said, we're not taking, banks everywhere refused to take any properties in trust without a phase 1 environmental investigation. And that became one of my duties, was to investigate any property that was coming into trust to see if it had environmental risks that were not acceptable. As a result of that same thing, we reviewed all of the trust accounts that existed, and I found myself dealing with abandoned gas stations, with dry cleaners, with industrial properties that had various aspects to them. At the same time, the downtown area had suffered economically very bad because of the flight to the suburbs of downtown businesses, of professional people, lawyers, doctors, accountants, and everybody had moved to the big shopping centers. They'd moved out on Rock Road, and downtown real estate was in very dire straits. And then this hit, and the financial institutions looked around and said, we're not doing any mortgages any loans. You can't buy land in downtown Wichita. We're not going to loan you money to do real estate improvement. And it killed the real estate market. The city, with some vision, looked at that and said, all right, here's the deal. They were dealing with the Gilbert and Mosley downtown pollution plume, mainly attributable to the Coleman Company and several other associated industrial users. And that if you could demonstrate that the property that you held was not a potential responsible party, the city would issue a certificate of release from the liability for that cleanup. And the banks and financial institutions agreed that if you had a certificate of release, they would then make the property eligible for mortgages, loans, and improvements. And so part of my job at the bank was I had to investigate, do phase 1 investigations and demonstrate the properties were not a potential party. And I think I did that on 35 different properties and got certificates of release and went through the work on several more properties that ended up not being eligible for a certificate of release. So I was dealing with the downtown plume and having to understand how all that stuff works, having already had an understanding somewhat from growing up over the Aquifer beds and understanding the strata, going to the sand pit as a kid, and you can look at the shear wall on the sand pit and you were looking at a cross section of the soil. And when you look at the water, you knew you were looking at the top of the groundwater, the Aquifer beds. So I was familiar with that. I did that for 10 years, and then I moved on to Kansas Department of Health and Environment, where I was assigned a role specifically to look at non-point source water pollution. And in the world of water pollution or even air pollution, there's two kinds. There's point source, meaning you can go actually point to the pipe it's coming out of a factory, out of a city sewer plant, out of a feedlot. But the world of non-point source is what's generated, this pollution that's generated all around us in our everyday activities. Fertilizer running off a farm field, fertilizer running off your yard, leaking septic systems, construction stormwater, dirt, sediment, if you will. So I was tasked in working in that world of non-point source, which point sources of pollution have to have a permit from the state or the EPA, and it regulates how much they can release in the form of pollutants. Non-point sources do not have permits for the most part. The exceptions to that is construction stormwater activities have to have a permit, and usually your on-site septic systems and private water wells need a permit from the county level. So I dealt in that world. A lot of it was education. A lot of it was outreach, since I didn't have the power of regulation to entice people to be doing the right thing. I ended up doing a wide variety of work. When I first took the job, I had 64 counties in the state. The south half of the state was my territory. That later changed when we hired some additional people. I ended up with 26 counties in south central and southeast Kansas. I had the lower half of the Ark River Basin. I had all the Walnut, all the Verdigris, and the lower half of the Neosho. So from south central Kansas to the Missouri line, I was responsible for dealing with all the county codes, dealing with stormwater construction complaints, and anything else that came my way. I was a bit of a generalist, and as a result of that, I had a friend in California a number of years ago who asked me what I really did. And I said, I guess I'm the guy at the end of the hall, because they would come in with a question or complaint or an issue, and the district administrator would look at it and say, well, it really doesn't quite fit public water or wastewater. It doesn't really quite fit confined animal feeding. It really doesn't quite fit solid waste. It doesn't really quite fit environmental remediation and spills. But it's got several different aspects, and my office was the end of the hall, and I was the last one they'd get to, and they'd say, Basor, can you figure this out? So ask me what I did. It's whatever they handed me was what I did. I ended up working with EPA, with the Corps of Engineers, with Extension Service, with DWR. Had a good relationship with the DWR district engineer out of the Stafford office, and we worked together often on dredge and fill permits, on complaints on drainage issues and that sorts of things. Worked a lot with conservation districts, with the water office. I was tasked with working with county sanitary codes and private water wells and having to understand the influence of one upon the other. And one of the things you learn in there is that people in the country are basically on a septic system. 25% of Kansans live and exist with a private well and a private septic system. In southeast Kansas, they tend to be lagoons because the clay is so heavy that it will not let water percolate. And a septic system works on the principle that the effluent coming out of the septic tank goes out into lateral lines with holes in them. And that water then percolates down through the soil, and the air spaces in the soil hold aerobic bacteria and other protozoas and all sorts of biota in there that will break down the organic matter into its basic nitrogen, phosphorus, make it available to the plant roots, but they will also kill the pathogens. And so if you have a good 3-foot layer of soil under your lateral lines, by the time that water has percolated through it, given some time, some hang time in there, the water coming out the bottom is really fairly acceptable. You wouldn't drink it, but it's been purified a great deal. And if you're above the water table, the water then goes back into the water table. The National Association for Companies and People Involved with septic systems is called the National On-Site Recycle Association, because in point of fact, water coming out of a septic tank gets recycled. So when you flush a toilet out here somewhere in the aqueous beds, it's going in a septic system, it's going to end up back in the aqueous beds. When you flush a toilet in Wichita, it goes to a sewer plant, goes into the river, and it heads for Oklahoma. So it is being recycled. And so I did a lot of work and training in that. I did soil profile work. You dig a trench 5 feet deep and you get in there and you look at the layer cake of the soil and you figure out what is the most restrictive layer to percolation. And that could be a clay lens, it could be caliche, it could be changes in the absorptive rate of the different levels of material and strata. In my own personal case, living down here 3/4 of a mile from the river, it's a high water table is my restrictive layer, because it's hard to always guarantee 3 feet of separation from the top of the groundwater. So in those cases where there is a problem, there are some much more expensive, sophisticated, enhanced wastewater treatment systems that can be utilized. In my case, we went on top of the ground, put chambers on there, covered them up with dirt, and I have a pump tank that pumps the effluent up out of the septic tank and distributes it at ground level, which then gives you a chance to have that 3 feet of separation before you hit a high water table. So I did a lot of education in that way. Taught classes in it. I responded a lot to complaints on spills. I was the first inspector, if you will, for KDHE on site at the big Barsol solvent plant in Valley Center 10 years ago or so when it exploded into fire. And it was one of those multifaceted things that they evacuated part of the town because of air quality, the runoff from all of the fire fighting and the chemicals they used ran off into the city sewer treatment plant, put it out of kilter and knocked it offline, and then ran into Little Arkansas River, and everybody was worrying about a fish kill. So I ended up out there, and it had to do with air quality, it had to do with the municipal sewer system, and it had to do with the, fish kill in the river. So again, one of those multifaceted things that you learn to deal with. I dealt with train wrecks, trash truck wrecks, fertilizer spills, drainage complaints coming in from DWR, where one of the tenets underlying Kansas water law tends to be that you can't withhold water from a neighbor who wants it and may need it to water livestock or something, but you can't also change your land surface around to where you're flooding your neighbor downstream with water that he doesn't want. So those issues we kind of had to deal with. In 2011, I was the lead inspector, sampler, if you will, for the harmful blue-green algae blooms that were occurring in area lakes and reservoirs. We started inspecting in 1st of April, and we weren't through till October due to the drought conditions. And I probably inspected Cheney Lake a dozen times, 15, 20 times every Monday. We were on the road inspecting any number of locations, and then advising folks on the safety and the problems that were occurring in the stream or in the lake regarding the algae bloom. And the problem, of course, is the blue-green algae. There's lots of algae. They occur in everything. A city wastewater lagoon is supposed to be green because it has good algae in it to digest all the material. But the blue-green stuff that looks like the old Bell telephone trucks or the bottom half of your grade school hallway wall, that sagey green, it smells bad, looks bad, and is bad because that algae produces a neurotoxin, and it will make you sick and it will kill your dog in about 10 minutes. So when they post a lake for algae to stay out of it, they mean what they say. I did a lot of inspection on construction stormwater, everything from single houses to large housing developments, from Walmarts to I was the environmental inspector on the south half of the Keystone Pipeline when it was built through Kansas, and I inspected from Marion County to the Oklahoma line 2 or 3 times. And I can't tell you how it's operated, but I can tell you it was built with every possible consideration for protecting the environment, which was interesting because technically under the Clean Water Act, petroleum and agriculture has an exclusion. And since this was a petroleum type thing, they technically didn't have to have an EPA or a state construction stormwater permit, but they went over and above literally every requirement that they would have had if they had to have a permit. They bored under every wetlands, under every road, railroad, creek, and had 2 wildlife specialists on the job every day on top of their environmental people. So I got to see and do a lot of interesting things. I was not the lead inspector, but I helped out the district water engineer, and the Wichita district had 9 counties, even though my territory was 26. It included the 9 of the Wichita district office. And I often helped out the lead water engineer in the Wichita office doing his inspections on public water treatment plants, public sewage treatment plants, industrial stormwater permit holders. So helped him inspect, concrete plants, sewer plants, water plants, including helped him inspect Cheney Lake when the city of Wichita put in their ozone treatment plant out there to clean up the taste and odor issues they were getting from Cheney Lake to make the water more palatable. It was not a health or safety issue, it was strictly an aesthetic one. Helped him do the couple of different inspections on the ASR treatment plant when it was under construction and put into operation. I performed the construction stormwater inspection permit on the river intake for the ASR plant near Sedgwick. So did a lot of that. It's also very involved with what is called RAPS, the Watershed Restoration and Protection Strategies through KDHE, which these are generally locally generated interest by people wanting to clean up their watershed and remove pollutants and diminish pollutants in it. And mainly it's sediment. The biggest pollutant in the United States in water courses is sediment. It's not a health and safety issue, but it is a water quality issue nonetheless. And there are cities and towns who have their public water supply intakes are on streams and lakes, and they have to spend a lot of money removing sediment sometimes in order to get potable water. And so worked with up to 30 of those over the years. One of them that I worked with considerable was the Little Ark RAPS, which is in Harvey County and a little bit into Marion County north of Wichita. Was put together by locals. It is in fact it receives some subsidy money from the city of Wichita, because one of its objectives early on and always has been is the removal or diminution of the use of atrazine. It shows up in the water column of the Little River at the water intake site for the ASR, and this improves the ASR's ability to put potable water back into the aquifer when they are activating and using the ASR facility. So, and in working with that, I was also serving on the city-county technical advisory committee to rewrite local construction stormwater permit ordinances, and that morphed into them creating basically a city technical advisory committee for Stormwater Advisory Board, it's called, and I was appointed to that and served on it until my retirement, and was one of the leaders in getting the K-State Extension people who run the RAPS, or the facilitators for the RAPS project, involved, where the city saw their way clear to set up a new program, an innovative one, where people in the town, say you're doing an 1.5 acre quick trip, and it's going to be all hard surface runoff. Well, you have to have a stormwater permit, and you have to control any sediment that might come off of there. And even though it's not raw dirt, there were vehicles tracking in various pollutants, including dirt and stuff. And you may have to put in what's called a hydrodynamic separator, which is a great big swirl chamber that all the stormwater runs into, and the solid matter is supposed to kick out. And it may cost you $25,000 to $45,000 to do it, and you have to maintain it every year. For a much lower amount than that, people can contribute to this stormwater fund in the city, get a pass, if you will, and not having to buy and install that sort of thing, but they generate money that then goes up into the watershed and supports the farmers installing conservation practices that reduce sediment load in the river. And the bang you get is about 2 to 1 for your buck. You can reduce 2 tons of sediment out in the watershed over doing 1 ton in the city. So that's one of the things that I helped work on there as well.
Well, I think that we've got a pretty good idea of
I'm
the
sorry.
vast amount of your experience.
You took the lid off Pandora's box. I apologize.
That's okay. I'm going to have you now switch to tab number 1 in the same binder. And if you flip to the 3rd page under tab 1.
You say the first page?
The 3rd.
3rd. All right.
Still under the 1st tab though. So stick with tab 1. And you'll see the 1st page is a map.
Yes.
Okay, now flip back a couple pages until you see a map with your name on it.
So there are interveners wells in the ASR basin. That's the map. Okay.
Yep. So now, can you tell us, you've mentioned that you have multiple water permits, but tell us a little bit more about how you rely on the Aquifer beds.
Well, rely on the Aquifer beds for water. I have my entire life. Currently, I have 4 water permits that encompass 3 wells and operate 5 pivots. My first water right, I think, was in 1977. And a couple more were added about 1980 or so. So those are definitely reliable. I have my domestic well at my house. I have a domestic well in my shop. I have 2 livestock wells, one for the barn lots and one for holding pens up at the edge of the pasture. So they are critical. As a young person, before we started doing groundwater pits in the pasture because of the water table would let us do it for watering cattle, we kept 8 windmills going with sand points and probably had 7 or 8. We had some tenant houses that we rented, plus my folks' house, and then my house and my grandparents' house and several others that were all on sand points. Some were on pitcher pumps and some were not. So every year was major maintenance on windmills throughout. So I understand water. One of the things that we'll talk about later is salt intrusion, but my history is that in dealing with windmills, the ones close to the river always had saltier water. You could taste it, as the ones further away, and as time has passed, the ones further away have gotten salty as well, which tells me the river influence of the salt front keeps moving towards the well field.
So if we look at this map with page 3 under tab 1.
Yes.
Wait. You've got to mute yours when she's talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm getting nothing but feedback, sorry.
Try that. Okay, let me go the other way.
Okay. So looking at this map, does this reflect generally the location of your wells?
Okay. So it's on when it says mute. Yes, as you can see, those are my water permit numbers there in the lower left-hand corner with the arrows pointing to the location of where those wells are actually located.
And is this the Arkansas River that we see in the lower left
Yes,
corner?
the small blue squiggly line is the big Arkansas River.
So from an approximate distance, how close are you to the river?
Now can you hear me? Okay. My water wells are, 3 of them are, one is maybe 2/3 of a mile, one is 3/4 of a mile. My house is about 3/4 of a mile, and the one up in square number 32 is probably 1.5 miles from the river.
So in addition to your permits, you also have a domestic well?
I have a domestic well at my house. It's 205 feet deep. My folks' house, I moved a house in 1968 when I was getting married. Bought a house from a neighbor and moved it 1/2 mile, and have lived there ever since, which is 1/8 of a mile from my folks' house where I grew up. So I've always been on the corner of that quarter section. And of course, we had Sandpoint well at my folks' house for a domestic well. I put one down in 1968. About 1980, we decided the water quality was so bad we needed to do something better. So we witched it and then drilled a 33-foot, I think it is, well in the backyard. Water was better, but still wasn't great. And so I believe it's 1989, we drilled a 205-foot well in the front yard, because experience by then had shown on irrigation wells that the deeper you went, the better the odds were for getting better water quality. Even though that seems counterintuitive, and from Mr. Austin's testimony and others, that the deeper water tends to be saltier. In our case, next to the river, the shallow wells tend to be higher in salt content than the deeper ones. I'm not enough of a scientist to tell you why, whether it's clay layers and perched water tables or what's going on, but that's a fact. So we ended up, spending a fair amount of money deepening and changing water wells domestically. So I still have a Sandpoint in my shop, and we've put down 2 wells, 40 feet deep or so, one in the barn to replace 2 windmills for the barn lots, and then one up a 1/2 mile west where we've got gathering pins at the edge of the pasture.
Did you not get that?
No, I got it. I was just reminding you to me.
Sorry.
Do you have an alternative source of supply if something happens to the Aquifer bed?
No, we are landlocked. We have no other source of supply to rely on. The only thing you can do is try to, I suppose, possibly treat the water to where it's an acceptable standard to continue using it. We almost had an alternative supply. The city, when they constructed their 66-inch water pipeline from the Aquifer Beds field to the city of Wichita in 1956, it was buried through my folks' front yard. And in the conversations with the construction people and the city people, they assured my folks that one of the joints in the front yard was going to have, I think it was a 2-inch collar cast into it that they could hook on to, and we would have better water from then on down the road. Well, that was never allowed to happen. I think with a shovel, I could still find that collar in the front, their whole front yard if I dug. But, and that was an interesting process, because as a 12-year-old, I had a construction company in my front yard every morning during the summer. And being pre-OSHA, went out and rode on the Caterpillars with the guys, and I could ride my 24-inch bike through the pipe sections upright without bumping my head, and probably know more about the actual installation and construction of the pipeline and the surge tank west of Bentley than anybody working for the water department in the last 30 years, because I was there when it happened. Anyway.
And do you recall the process of obtaining your water permits?
Okay. Yes, for 3 of the permits, I filed with whatever was the applicable documents in 1977, 1980, which I presume that I had to show a deed that show I had ownership of the land, and then whatever the documents were that were required through Groundwater Management District 2 and or Division of Water Resources. The 3rd permit I inherited from my father and was already established.
Do you know how the quantity of water was determined?
Yes, I think they vary with the permits. If you'll give me a second, I may be able to elucidate on that. All right, let me go back to my map. Okay, on 30556, the well's 160 feet deep. And I believe it's 136 acre feet of quality water. 26935 and 28771 are basically 2 water rights that apply to the same well. And that's 130 acre feet authorized. And the other one is authorized to cover 170 acres instead of 135 because there are 2 smaller adjunct pivots tied to it. And so it has a 240 acre foot authorized amount.
So the quantity, authorized quantity is based on the acreage, or is it also based on something else?
It's based on the acreage, and as I recall, DWR allow you, I could be wrong, but I think it was like a 1.5 acre foot per actual land acre of appropriated rights.
And does the appropriation depend on the use, your use of the water?
Yes, you're yes, you have to put down a point of withdrawal and a place of use on all water permits, and the amount that is quantified through DWR based on what the purpose and use of the water is being appropriated for, what beneficial use. If you're doing a well for livestock, it's going to be calculated entirely differently than if you're doing it to irrigate ground that may be growing corn.
And do you know the process if you wanted to change the use? Say you wanted to go from irrigation to livestock.
I know there is a process. I would apply to DWR to start with to find out what the local regulations and controls might be, but ultimately I think it falls to DWR to determine. And I know some of the transitions, I think if you go from agriculture to like municipal or industrial, that you lose part of that appropriated water right. You can't transfer it acre foot for acre foot to a totally different use in some cases without a penalty.
And is your authorized quantity a quantity that would be adequate during an 8-year drought?
We hope so. That's one of those questions that we haven't really been irrigating in an 8-year drought out here in the Aquifer beds, an 8 or 10 year. We've had 2 or 3 pretty bad years in a row, but we haven't had that extended experience to know. And there are implications there that presuming it's an 8-year drought, that everybody, every water user, irrigator, municipality, including Wichita industrial people, would be utilizing their full water rights, which would, diminish the ability of water in the Aquifer beds to be there for everybody. It could impact water quality because of the drawdown, and your efficiency may not be great. For instance, in 1980, I believe it was, we had a record heat wave in the summer. We had over 30 days when it was over 100 degrees. When you watched the news at night, it would still be over 100 degrees at 10 o'clock when the news came on. I only had one pivot at the time, and it was not one of the new efficient ones. It was an original water drive. And so I ended up trying to keep up with 130 acres of corn running at 724 for, I think it was almost 60 days without shutting it off unless it broke down or something. Didn't even change oil in it. I just added oil to the motor and kept running. At the end of the season, I had 5 to 6 foot tall green corn, but it was analyzed by the USDA people for disaster, and they calculated it would yield 19 bushels the acre for irrigated corn. I got real lucky in that I found a feedlot about 8 miles away who purchased the entire circle from me and chopped it for feed, for ensilage. Between the small disaster payment I got and the money I got back from selling it to ensilage for forage, it was equal to as if I had had a 75 bushels the acre corn crop under irrigated yield, which is about half of what you would hope for at that point in time. So those experiences stick with you that, you know, yeah, we'd have been a lot better off if we'd had wheat growing at that point in time. I do remember 1956 being dry. I don't recall specifically the river being bone dry. I know I have a neighbor who is 97 years old who is still sharp as a tack, and he's told me that he saw the Big Arkansas River at the Bentley Bridge dry 3 times in his life, in 1936 and in 1956 and in 2012. And I have no reason to doubt him. What I do remember about 1956, and it was hot and dry, was that really began the end of anybody in our area growing dryland corn. It had been a common crop up to that point, and the yields got so bad in that record drought of the mid-50s that people went away from growing corn, and at the same time, K-State was releasing the first varieties of milo, which was being touted as a more drought-tolerant alternative crop. And so we really didn't see much corn grown other than on a few irrigated, flood irrigated acres in this area until pivots arrived in the late 60s, early 70s, and irrigation really began to take off in the aqueous beds, and then irrigated corn suddenly showed up because people had just given up on dryland corn. So it was a cultural practice change driven by a drought.
Do you recall whether any changes were made during or following the 2011 and 12 drought?
Not particularly. I have my land rented. I don't actively climb on a tractor and farm it myself anymore, but my farm tenant does a good job of managing. And I think if we are looking, I mean, it's hard to forecast. You don't know the second year of a drought, if that's the last year of the drought, or is that 2 years out of 8? But I'm sure we would have had extensive conversations if the indications were it was going to be extended as to what we could do to help preserve the wells and the water and have crops that were meaningful, go back to get away from the corn, go back to milo, go back to wheat, put in alternative cropping practices, do more of the no-till cover crop kinds of operations where you preserve topsoil moisture and those kind of things. So there are options out there. No, we didn't do anything particularly in 2011 and 12. We did not take advantage of the flex accounts. We didn't feel like that was at that point that was a viable alternative.
Do you typically pump your fully authorized amount? And if you don't pump the full amount, what happens?
We typically pump what's reasonable, and that is not always the fully authorized amount. If we have a dry season and it's irrigated corn, we may well pump full amount. But if it's milo or double crop wheat or soybeans that use less water, we might not pump at all. If we have a wet season, as in April, May of 2019, when we had floods along the river and immense rain events, we may have pumped a third of our water right because it was unnecessary. The best irrigation has always been a nice rain. And anytime you can shut off a diesel engine, a propane engine, or an electric line that's running a pivot, save that fuel cost, save wear and tear on an expensive pump, on the well screen, on the pivot system. It's not efficient to water when you don't need it. It makes no sense. There's a cost to it. You've got a big investment in it and you want it to last as long as you can. And you can overwater crops. Corn doesn't like wet feet. Too wet a soil prunes the roots and the crop suffers.
Do you get a future credit for the water you leave in the aquifer?
No, unfortunately, we get no credit at all for any water left in the aquifer. Farmers and ranchers have been, well, I don't know whether you characterize it as actively or passively recharging the aqueous bed since they first put plows into the sod in 1870 out here. Percolation, precipitation has always gone back into the aqueous beds, still does. If you shut a pivot down because it's raining, some of that rainwater will end its way back into the aqueous beds even during an irrigation season.
What investments have you made in your property based on the water rights you possess?
Spent a fair amount of money making holes in the ground. My leasing situation with my farm tenant is that it's frankly a cash rent deal. He pays for the pump, the motor, and the pivot, and I pay for the well. I had to replace a well 8 years ago, could have been 9. I had a well that cavitated and the wellhead subsided because it had been pumping fine sand because the screening was not correctly done originally. And as I recall, between hiring a hydrologist engineer to figure out exactly the screening size and exactly the gravel pack size that was needed to keep it from further pumping of fine material and drilling of a whole new well and getting a permit moved and the old well plugged, I think I spent $25,000. And as I say, that's been 9 years ago or whenever. I'm sure the price is higher now. So with 3 wells, I figure I'm sitting on $75,000 investment in effect at the moment. And my house well at 205 feet was, it's $50 to $100 a foot to drill a 5-inch well. So it's expensive.
Now, you've talked about being familiar with the Wichita ASR project. Are you familiar with the basin storage area?
Yes, I understand the concept.
Where is the basin storage area?
Well, by definition, it has to be in the unsaturated portion of the aquifer because there's no place else to put water for basin storage.
And where is that in relation to the land where you live and farm?
Well, it would have to be whatever the depth from basically ground surface is to the static water table located around each well.
Do you have any concerns if the basin storage area is expanded? Either one, but we'll talk vertically.
Okay. Am I good? Okay. To expand it horizontally is probably not an issue. To artificially expand it vertically gets into the main reason that I'm involved as an intervener. And that is I am highly concerned about the saltwater intrusion coming from the Big Arkansas River into the Equus beds and under my land and affecting the quality of the water that's available to me, both irrigation and domestically. As I indicated earlier, experience with windmills for decades was that the ones closest to the river were the saltiest and the ones further away were less so. My pivot that was running in 1980, what we found out in 1985 was suddenly the soybeans didn't look healthy. And I had Servitech crop advisors and I asked them what was going on. I was suspicious of herbicide carryover. I was suspicious of some fungal soybean disease or some such. And they looked at and analyzed and said, you got salt burn from the irrigation water from the overhead sprinklers. So the water in that pivot had gone from being usable for soybeans to unusable for soybeans without crop damage over a period of 5 or 6 years, which told me the salt front had moved in effect. We then went back for a period of years to not putting soybeans in the rotation, corn, milo, and wheat, which were more tolerant, and then eventually put in a new well. That was a shallow well. It was 35 feet deep, I think. And we went to 175 feet or whatever it is currently. And the water quality is much better.
So one of the components of the city's proposal is lowering those minimum index levels, which could be, as we talked about, an expansion of the basin storage area. Are there additional concerns that have not been addressed by testimony so far that you have regarding the lowering of the index wells or the potential to withdraw down water to lower index levels?
Yeah, I have a concern. I mean, I've got one domestic well out in the shop that's only probably 15 feet with a sand point, which means that well might have to be replaced and deepened or whatever. But for the irrigation wells, and given my location that close to the river, I'm on the front line of the movement of the salt front. And my understanding of geohydrology is when you have a cone of depression, if you will, around the Wichita well field of some 15 miles in diameter, and they increase the pumpage out of that, it's going to increase that hydraulic gradient and speed up the movement of that salt front towards the well field, which I understand could impact the well owners there, but it brings the salt under me first. I'm on the front line to have to deal with it. And ultimately, the worry would be that we get over that 300, 350 parts of salinity that makes the water really almost unusable for irrigation, or very much irrigation, depending on the crop that you're dealing with. And there's places in California where they have continued to irrigate with much higher salinity levels and have basically ruined their land. The salt's visible on it, and they've basically lost the ability to do any farming. If the water becomes uneconomically usable because of a high salt content, then you basically go back to a dry land value for your property. And that could mean a third to a half loss of property value for what you own, plus your water right would become of extremely limited value, unless there were some way to transfer it far enough away to somebody. But so that would have a serious impact on the economic viability of our operation and those around us up and down the river. The information I have seen indicates that the Big Arkansas River stream reach between Yoder and Mays Road is a losing reach, meaning the river at Mays has less cubic feet per second than the river does at the Haven Bridge or Yoder, meaning it's being absorbed into the bank and into the Equus beds aquifer as it goes by. And anything you do to increase the gradient into a well field, whether it's Wichita's or irrigation, is going to make that even worse. That stretch of river has a Huck number, and it's on the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, what's called the 303D list, which is under the Clean Water Act, which sets out states have to survey all the streams in their state every few years and quantify the water quality. Is it over or below acceptable average? And that reach is being called out for being over polluted with phosphorus, selenium, and of course salinity through its entire reach.
In the city's proposal, where they show the proposed minimum index levels, adding in the 10-foot contingency, in some of those figures, they have a map showing the remaining saturated thickness. So based on your water quality concerns that you've expressed, does a remaining saturated thickness give you any confidence that the proposed modifications will not cause you harm?
My worry really is not that I will run out of water. My wells are, and particularly like my house domestic well at 205 feet, sits at the very bottom of the deepest end of the Equus bathtub. If I get down to where I've only got 25 feet of saturated thickness left in my house well, the entire upper half of the Equus beds is going to be dry in reality because of the slope of the subterranean rock and stuff. So my concern is not actually running out of water. I'm not going to be impacted in that near as much as the folks near to the well field where a lot of withdrawal might be taking place. My concern is that if there's a lot of withdrawal taking place, it's going to exacerbate that salt front moving in. And as I used to tell folks when I worked for KDHE, the only thing worse than bad water quality is no water at all.
I'd like to have you find what's district exhibit number 68, which is Dave Ramiro's expert report. So you might need to, I think the district binders have the numbers on the front. So if you flip to the very last page of Mr. Ramiro's report, there is a map.
The very last page of the whole booklet.
No, of exhibit 68, which is Mr. Ramiro's expert report.
That's 69.
So you're on his, you were on it, so
Okay.
maybe I had the wrong number, but that's his expert report, and the last page should be a map.
Just the map we're talking about. That's 69.
It is figure 8 of his report, it looks like.
Figure 27.
No, so the bottom of it, you were there. It says adapted USGS figure 27, Clagger and others, figure 8. So this, during Mr. Ramiro's testimony, he described this map, and you can see from the key on the lower right, the colored lines represent various pumping scenarios. Can you tell, based on this, which colored lines would impact the area where your wells are. Note that the IW numbers correlate to the index cells. So your wells are in index cells 32 and 35, if that helps you find where you are on this map.
Yes, I can see. And mine in particular would be in 35, where it shows the direct impact.
And so the colored lines representing potential chloride movement, which colors would potentially come into 35? Assuming the colors are coming from the river.
Well, I mean, they are all really beyond my wells. So the chloride is already there underneath me. That, to me, this map just represents how far north into the well field or into the Equus beds the salt front would be moving under those various scenarios, and they're already past me, regardless of the pumping scenario I'm impacted.
Has the testimony you've heard so far during these hearings informed you of how you might be impacted should the city withdraw their up to 120,000 acre feet in maintenance credits?
Not really. In my view, these hearings have not demonstrated from the city or from DWR much study regarding the salt front intrusions in either Burton or along the Big Arkansas River, which I find is a fault with the proposal, and actually surprised that DWR would sort of give an approval, if you will, without having that sort of information involved. I am disturbed if I may, if I can find it.
One of the things that bothered me was in our looking through various exhibits as we were preparing for this interveners, and the City of Wichita's response to the interveners' first set of interrogatories, I think it's number 24, Exhibit 18, and I just have a part of that in front of me, but it says, quote, "Neither such a withdrawal nor the impact on chloride migration was modeled as a part of the city's proposal, because such an event is not contemplated by the city's proposal." So how could you be doing this proposal and not contemplate the impact of a salt intrusion that you know is there and would have impact, on the Equus beds? I mean, not to be facetious, but it almost sounds a little bit like the marine engineers talking to the White Star Line folks in 1911 saying you don't need more than 16 lifeboats on the Titanic because we don't contemplate that you'll ever need them. It's just, it's a failure to have a complete proposal, in my view, because it's an impact both on the upper end near Burton and from the bottom end along the Big Arkansas River. I mean, the city may be able to ignore, if you will, the intrusion of the salt fronts because they can pump semi-salty water, salty water to Wichita, blend it with Cheney water, and still come out with a potable, usable water. They do it with the Bentley well field water now. And there's other waters that are questionable that they can use and blend, but we have no alternative. I don't have another water source. And if my water under my land gets so salty I can't use it, I'm lost. And, it could, if that scenario happened, my land values drop by a third or a half, my water right almost becomes worthless. And then, the city has got less competition for the water in the Equus beds because a bunch of irrigators are going to be shut down.
Excuse me, I have a question. What were you just reading from?
I'm sorry, Tim.
You were just reading from an excerpt.
I was reading from a note that I had that quoted that exhibit.
Which exhibit was
It
that?
is
Uh,
Exhibit 18. It's the interrogatory responses. We can flip to that. It's districts.
His reference as to where that was.
It is, to my knowledge, I rated my notes, districts exhibit.
I'm sorry, Tessa, I can't hear. Can you turn yours off?
oh,
Districts exhibit 8.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Basor, you've talked quite a bit about your decision to intervene and some of the reasons for deciding to intervene in this matter. Are there any further reasons that you have not yet disclosed that you would like to share with us?
one of the things that I keep hearing is that some of the city people and perhaps even some of the folks in some of the agencies were discounting our concern as residents of the Aquifer beds as being that we just don't like Wichita. And I want to use myself as an example to say, no, that's really not a true case. I made my living in downtown Wichita in 2 different careers for 25 years. My wife worked in downtown Wichita for 20 some years. We spent a lot of money in downtown Wichita. What has developed, I think, out here over decades has been a fair amount of distrust of the city when they come out with a proposal or some action. I tend to characterize it a little bit as the arrogance of entitlement sort of attitude. I go back to 1957 when they were constructing the 66-inch pipeline and they were building the 3 million gallon surge storage tank mile west of Bentley. And my father was chairman of the drainage district at the time, and a neighbor showed up and said, "You need to get up there. The city has just shoved a big hole through the east bank of one of the major diversion laterals coming off the main ditch headed for the river." And we went up there and I went with him, and they had a D4 cat and they had shoved a 6-foot wide notch through the east berm of the diversion. And we're installing an 18 or 20-inch overflow pipe from the tank and also a bottom drain with a valve on it. And they had never had any contact with the drainage district. There was no MOU, there was no understanding, there was no notice of any kind. They just did it, put it in, installed it, and buried it. And if you're really interested, my dad actually took pictures and I found them a while back, and they're dated 1957. About 1977 or so, the Bureau of Reclamation held a hearing here in Halstead, a public hearing, because Wichita was applying for additional water rights out of both, I think, Cheney and the Aquifer beds. I attended that hearing. It motivated me. I ended up deciding the old adage, if you want to fight City Hall, you better join them. So I went to Wichita and started attending the Wichita Chamber of Commerce Water Resource Committee hearings, or not committee hearings, but committee meetings, and had lots of presentations from the city, understood that they were looking for future water supplies. They looked at building a reservoir at Corbin down on the Chicaskia. They looked at building one on Douglas down on the Walnut. They looked at building one down in Cowley County. And then I also understood how the city utilized their water. And in that process, I got curious and got a hold of asked for, and I don't remember where I got it, but a copy of the city's water appropriation permit for the Aquifer beds. And when I read through, it gave the place of use as the City of Wichita, period. Not being a lawyer, but that sort of told me that meant the corporate city limits of Wichita. Well, I knew at the time they were selling water to 1 or 2 surrounding towns in a rural water district, clearly not reflected in their place of use. I called DWR to question and say, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't appear to be right. And I mean, this is 40 years ago. I don't remember who I talked to in DWR, somebody in water appropriations. And they pulled it up and looked at it and said, well, it looks like you're right. We'll ask Wichita to, it's just an oversight, and we'll ask him to correct it. Which struck me as, wait a minute, if Wichita or somebody else had called DWR to complain that I was selling part of my irrigated water rights to a neighbor, DWR would probably have come down on me with civil penalties, and I probably would have lost whatever amount of my water right I was selling. But in this case, it was a spanking of the hands. The city, in looking for additional water sources, decided at first to try and put together a pipeline consortium to get water out of Canopolis. Because of some, I don't know, water wasn't available, the navigation use, whatever it was, that didn't look like it would work, so they switched it over to Milford. In about 1983, they found out that there was no vehicle under state regulation or statute to allow for an interbasin transfer of water in Kansas. And to understand interbasin transfer, if you take the state of Kansas and draw a belt line horizontally across the middle of it, all the precipitation in the north half of the state goes to the Missouri River system. All the precipitation in the south half of the state goes to the Arkansas River system. Those are two separate major basins. And what they were asking for was water from Milford in the Kansas and the Missouri River Basin to be transferred into the Arkansas River Basin. And so they asked their legislators from the Wichita area to sponsor a bill. They did. It came up for Senate Natural Resource Committee hearings. And being on the Water Committee for the Chamber and having had set these presentations, I knew their water billing structure was such that everybody got a certain amount of water for their usability at a certain price. But if you used more than that, it was discounted. And there were 2 or 3 steps in there that the more water you used, the cheaper it got. And it was one of the selling points of the Chamber of Commerce and the city business development people that, you know, expand your business in Wichita, bring your business to Wichita. We have plenty of water. We're planning for the future. And the more you use, the cheaper it gets. They didn't have anything in the way of a conservation plan. I had been serving for a number of years on the county conservation board and knew that we were helping farmers with some cost share to do conservation practices for soil and water. And at any time you drove through Wichita and it was raining, you were probably going to be treated to sprinklers running on the golf courses and front yards and the corporate green spaces. So I took it on myself. I went to Topeka. I testified as an individual saying that they were not good stewards of water and that they shouldn't be rewarded with more water to waste when they weren't taking good care of the water they already had. The committee heard from other witnesses. I think I was the only farmer. Decided in effect to send it back to a picked subcommittee to study it further and basically tabled it, which ended up basically killing the bill for that session. As I walked out of that hearing, I didn't even get and it was in the old Supreme Court chambers. I didn't even get to the rotunda when I could hear rapid footsteps behind me and somebody hollering my name. And I turned around and here was Senator Paul Feliciano from Wichita, who was on the committee. And he was livid. He was not happy. Came right up in my face and shook his finger at me and quote said, "You kicked the hell out of us in there today," end quote. And so we had a little discussion and I kept my cool and I reiterated that my concerns were that they were a poor steward of the water and that they needed not to be rewarded with more water. And this was a, inappropriate way to go about it. Well, we parted. I drove home, went back to farming. About 2 weeks later, maybe 3, I got a call from Joe Bottinelli, who was a City of Wichita Water Department employee, probably similar to Joe Pager's position more recently. And I knew him. He was also on the Chamber Water Resource Committee that I was on. I knew him. We got along fine. We had a brief, pleasant conversation. At the end of it, he said, well, the reason I called is I've been tasked to put together a citizen advisory committee to help the city write a water conservation plan. Would you serve on it? And it took me about 5 seconds to say, sure, I'd be happy to. And so we took a look at it, and we had presentations from Joe or other city employees and people in the water department as to how things worked. Our recommendations were to turn the water rate structure on its head, that everybody got a certain amount of water at a modest rate. And then there were 2 or 3 tiers above that. For the more water you use, the more expensive it got. So it became an incentive to conserve. We told them they needed to look at their plumbing codes, municipal codes, to first allow the use of low water flow fixtures and appliances, and second, to encourage it, and third, maybe at some point mandate it. We said they should take advantage of their monthly bills going out to every water customer in town to insert water conservation information of what people could do in their own house about leaky toilets, dripping faucets, and all that sort of thing. What to do with the irrigation of lawns and green spaces, and how to schedule and do things there that would conserve water. So we promoted a lot of that, and to their credit, the city began doing that, creating a water conservation plan. They went so far as to, and I think they still do, they offer an incentive to people who are replacing old fixtures with new low water flow, low water use appliances and fixtures. There's a subsidy available from the city. At one point, they had a house located south of Douglas on the west side of the riverbank that was a demonstration house full of everything you could do to conserve water, including put a rain barrel out back on the roof gutter in order to get water to water your plants, so you don't have to use municipal water for doing that. So Wichita has a history of not always being upfront or accurate with what they're proposing. And so people out here are skeptical when the city comes out with a proposal such as this one. Is the homework been done right? Has DWR actually sat down and duplicated on their own the data that's been suggested by the city? Have they double checked it for accuracy, or have they just assumed it to be accurate? This proposition, changes to the ASR has very large and very long-term implications if not done right. It's a little hard to, from a logic point of view, understand how you could get credit for putting water in an aquifer that you didn't put in there to be able to take it out later. Everybody benefits from a full aquifer. That is not a question. It's good for everybody, the city, irrigators, other municipalities, everybody. I had a couple of conversations with Joe Pager as this whole proposition came up. And his basic attitude was, well, if we don't get this amended ASR thing, we will pump our 40,000 acre feet down every year, regardless. And it was sort of an implied threat that sort of told me that, well, gee, does that mean if Cheney is running over the dam and spillway because it's so full, you're still going to pump your 40,000 acre feet when water's being wasted down the Nenaskaw? As if they were going to pump a 40,000 acre foot hole just to spite us. So there are reasons we are questioning this. We're not obstructionist. Everybody in town deserves a good, clean drink of water. I understand that. I don't have a problem with that. But drought plans to let them still fill their fountains and swimming pools, when in effect we may have to curtail some of our irrigation or be doing irrigation with lower quality water. I'm probably the only person involved in this whole hearing process who actually carried petitions around to their neighbors to get them to sign it to promote the creation of GMD2 back in the day. And people were beginning to irrigate with, the invention of center pivots. And the Groundwater District Act was then created, and people were I don't know, struggling, but they were frustrated in trying to get water rights through DWR. I mean, DWR was buried with people trying to all get irrigation rights at the same time. And they didn't really want to hear that what we need is another level of government for you to have to go through to be able to irrigate. But once you kind of explain to them that no, the setup for the GMD2 and all GMDs is that it's a local governing body that will have the ability to have rules and regulations and be able to deal with local government, which is always the more local government you can deal with is more effective than on upstream. And that everybody who's a water right holder will be held to the same sort of standard. Whether you're an irrigator or whether you're the City of Wichita or whether you're an industry, they're all going to have to deal with GMD2 on the same basis. And it will level the playing field somewhat. And at that point, people would say, all right, I'll sign, because they felt they could see an advantage in having the GMD in place. And I still feel that way. I think it's protective for everybody, including the City of Wichita. City of Wichita doesn't want irrigators abusing the water rights out here, and vice versa is also true.
All right. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll now see if others have questions for you. Mr. McLeod, do you have questions?
Yes, if we could look at that interrogatory again, that Mr. Bayshore was reading the city's answer to about not modeling particular set of events. I think that was maybe Exhibit 18. Mr. Bayshore, do you remember what interrogatory that was? Right, he must be muted. Like getting no audio.
I think I found it.
Okay, and what interrogatory number was that in the set?
Oh, it was 18.
I believe we're on 24.
Yeah, it was like 18 on first set of interrogatories, number 24, Exhibit 18.
Okay, and so the question that the city was asked was, what steps did the city take to assess, evaluate, and or measure the potential impact of pumping or otherwise withdrawing the 120,000 acre feet in AMCs would have on the migration of the Burton chloride plume and or chloride intrusion from the Arkansas River? And you had referred to the answer and objection, but I want to ask you, sir, do you understand that under the proposal, this withdrawal of 120,000 acre feet in AMCs is not something that could happen all at once, because there's an 18,000 acre foot annual limitation on the credits the city could draw at once? Did you understand that that limit was in place?
I'm on. All right. yes, I understand they've got a limitation plugged in there of what, 19,000 acre feet a year. But my point is, in reality, we have never been in a situation in an 8 or 10-year drought where one of the water users is pulling an additional 19,000 acre feet a year out of it for a total of up to 120,000 acre feet. We have no historical data to base an outcome on with any certainty. It's a computer model, and it may be well designed, it may not be well designed. I'm not a computer modeler, I can't answer that, but it gives me pause to say, wait a minute, and if in point of fact, even an additional, if we're in an 8-year drought, everybody, including the city, I'm presuming is going to be pulling their full water right out, including 40,000 acre feet for the city, and now an additional 19,000 along with the irrigators' water rights, the other municipalities, and the other industrial users. So the aquifer is going to have a full load coming out of it every year for 8 years or 10 years, whatever the drought scenario is. And I'm saying the cumulative effect of that, we don't have absolute proof as to what it is. And I feel like I'm sitting out there almost staring down the barrel of a gun, not knowing what it means for me and my property and my water rights and my ability to use water.
So I need to ask you this question as well. Do you understand that the 120,000 acre foot limit itself is a cap? It's not a gift to the city of 120,000 acre feet of credits. It's a limit on the number of credits the city could accumulate, which limit does not exist under the current permits.
No, I understand it's not a gift. It's supposedly an earned amount, but it's one thing if the city had actually injected that much water into the system and wanted to pull it back out. That's a legitimate taking because they have added the water to the system and therefore would have first call to remove it. But in this case, the implication is that if the aquifer is full and they don't have the ability to inject that much water, that down the road they would still have the ability to withdraw that much water.
So in terms of the existing rules, you're fine with the way things are under the current permits. You wouldn't be concerned of the city withdrawing 120,000 acre feet, 19,000 acre feet a year at a time if the city had actually injected all that water in the aquifer.
Yeah, I think that is reasonable. I mean, if the city can inject 19,000 acre feet of water a year, then I can understand where they should have first call on pulling it back out, barring some natural disaster that overtakes all of the rules and regulations that we've all established and lived by.
Mr. Basor, you testified that you don't really have an understanding of why water quality is better in the lower quality wells on your properties. Not having the background to know that, you feel you're qualified to determine what, if any, impact the ASR proposal will have on your wells in terms of chloride infiltration?
There you go.
I'm on. Okay. I am presuming that the impact of river water moving into the aquifer is at all levels. The hydrogeologists tell us that the saltier water tends to settle to the bottom, but I also know that there are a lot of clay lenses that stratify the aquifer in various places. So it's hard to predict exactly where it will move or where it won't move, but the general thrust of the water moving from the river into the aqueous beds is to the north and east towards the well field cone of influence. And what level that may be, mine may be because I am close enough to the river that the initial inflow from the river into the aqueous beds, the saltier water is on top because the river is shallow. And the further north it gets pulled into the well field, this heavier saline water then has a chance to matriculate to the bottom of the aquifer. I don't know. That's an answer that geohydrologists might be able to answer. But regardless, at some point, my surface water or deep water, both might become untenable for use. And that is my concern.
Do you know what impact the drawdown of your own wells could have on chloride migration?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand. Didn't quite understand.
Do you know what impact the drawdown of your own wells could have on chloride migration? If the premise is that the drawdown of a well moves chlorides towards the pumping source, could your wells not be contributing to that effect as well?
They will contribute some small amount towards that, but I am mindful of the fact that for each city water well, as I recall, they get like a 750 acre foot allocation, where my irrigation wells are going to be generally 130 acre feet or less. I've got one that's 240, but it's irrigating a much larger parcels of ground. So it takes a concentration of irrigation wells to have the same effect on the aquifer that one City of Wichita well has.
You mentioned having gone through the permitting process for several of your rights. When you filed for your water rights, did you have to do any groundwater modeling for the chief engineer to approve your permits?
No.
When you filed your water rights paperwork, did you have to do any groundwater modeling to prove that your water rights would not impact minimum desirable stream flow?
No. My water rights lying close to the Big Arkansas River, and since it's a losing reach of the stream, would probably by definition not have any impact on the base flow, because the river generally is feeding water into the aquifer, not the other way around.
So wouldn't that be the very situation in which you would expect your wells to cause more water to leave that losing reach of the stream and infiltrate the aquifer? Every
well outside the river will have an impact in pulling water out and influencing the river to move further north. But if you look, for example, at Stremmel's report on the geohydrology, if you will, in the Equus beds in 1955, his map shows that at that point in time, there were 35 City of Wichita wells in what has become the Equus beds groundwater district, and there were only 9 irrigation wells existing in 1955, and the city had already been pumping for 15 years.
When you filed for your water rights, did you have to do any groundwater modeling to prove that your rights wouldn't have any impact on the Arkansas River or Burton chloride plumes?
No, I am 10 miles or more from the Burton chloride plume. And water tends to move south and east in the Equus beds underground about the same sort of direction that the Big Arkansas River moves, which means the plume would probably end up north of me if it continued on its current course anyway.
When you re-drilled your irrigation wells deeper, did you have to perform any modeling to make sure that you wouldn't impair other water rights by making that change?
All of my wells were drilled after GMD2 came into existence, and they had the policy of trying to balance withdrawals from the 20% annual recharge figure. And so they were using safe yield calculations. And my water rights were early enough, or my applications were early enough that there was still water available where I was wanting to drill my wells.
Mr. Basor, on the farmland that you have rented out, you indicated that you pay for the well construction and your tenant pays for the pump. In terms of the operating decision of how much water to use, did you or the tenant make that decision, or did the two of you consult on how much of the actual water right to use in a given year?
We consult a lot on the operation of the farm, including, what crops he's raising in anticipation and understanding what impact that might have on water use.
Who is the person who's the tenant on that site?
I'll object on relevance.
I didn't even understand the question. Sorry.
The question is, who is the person who's tenant on that leased farm site who's consulting on those water rights use decisions?
Forgive me, but I'm still not, I can't hear you well enough to understand. Forgive me, try again.
Okay, it sounds like we're having some feedback issues again. The question is, the tenant who leases Mr. Bayshore's farm property and who consults with him on the use of the water right on that property. Now, I have asked who that person is.
Are you asking for this person's name?
Yes.
Okay. I have an objection to the question, and I'm inclined to sustain it. Are you asking for the name of the tenant?
Yes, and the reason for asking is, obviously, Mr. Bayshore, the owner of the property and technical owner of the right, is involved in this case with concerns. I'd like to know if the tenant is as well, since that's the person who's actually operating the property, making the effective use of the right as tenant.
Can you explain the relevance of your question? I don't understand. You seem to be implying that goes to the relevance of Mr. Baser's testimony.
Well, I mean, there are two people sharing a right. One of them, Mr. Basor, has these concerns. And I'd like to know if the tenant also is involved in the case for some party or has similar concerns, or if the tenant is not concerned by the city's proposal.
Ms. Wendling.
As we know, water rights are property rights, and Mr. Basor owns that right. He has the right to lease that property right out to someone else, but that does not bring that tenant into this. No more than this hearing brings in all of the City of Wichita's customers. It's Mr. Basor's water right. He's testifying. Mr. Basor is the intervener. The tenant is not the intervener.
Well, that was where my thinking was going, that Mr. Baser is the owner of the water right. And I'm not sure that whoever he leases to, that their identity is relevant to this. He's already stated that he has not delegated the authority to operate that solely to the tenant. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
I don't have further questions for the witness.
Okay. Are there any questions from the groundwater manager, or I'm sorry, from DWR?
I don't have any questions.
Are there any questions from the GMD?
Yes, just a few questions from the GMD. All right, Mr. Baser, just a moment ago, you were asked a question about whether or not when you applied for your permits, you did any sort of modeling or anything of that nature. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Do you understand that in the case of the City of Wichita's proposal, the groundwater management district number 2 is against or is recommending the city's proposal for denial? Do you understand that that's the district's position?
Yes.
And in fact, if you had applied for a water permit and in the district, would your application not go before the GMD2 first if you were applying for a new water permit?
That's the first stop for shopping if you're looking for a water right, is to go to GMD2 and look for a determination as to is there actual available water rights for a place that you're looking at to consider irrigation.
And at the point that you applied for a permit with GMD2, and if the GMD2 denied the application for a permit, and at that point, if you felt that the denial was in error, at that point, isn't that when you would do your own modeling or your own research to see if it was worth appealing the district's decision?
Sure, we would try to develop whatever information we could, see if there are precedents out there that would lend for the approval of the, a similar type of situation and that sort of stuff together, what evidence we could to move forward and achieve a permit.
So in that sense, it would be analogous to the situation here. The GMD2 opposes the City of Wichita's proposal. And as a result, the City of Wichita did additional modeling and work. That's essentially what you would do in this permitting process as well. Is that correct?
Sure. Wherever the logic trail led to that, what would we need to do to, prove the worthiness of our case? Yeah.
When you were talking about your CV and your resume, you talked about some extensive experience that you had with KDHE. And I, in fact, heard you say that if there was a unique question about water quality or things of that nature, a lot of times they would ask you to comment on or provide the answer to the question. Is that right?
Yes.
And as I understood you to say, you testified as to a number of different elements of water quality that you addressed during your time in KDHE.
Yes, was involved in multiple situations, and they crossed the line into various aspects of other divisions of KDHE because just that they were more complicated than straightforward.
Okay. And as I look at your resume, I mean, it indicates to me that you were in that role analyzing pollution for something like 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes, I retired, 3 years ago, 2017 in July when I retired. But yes, I performed that basic same function from when I began, but some of it expanded as I gained more experience and exposure and acceptance as to the troubleshooter, maybe.
And you were in the room when Mr. Austin was testifying not long ago. Is that true?
Yes.
And you heard Mr. Austin testify that if there are water quality issues, depending on the area affected, he would be handling those in DWR. So when he was in his role with dams and obstructions, he would handle it there. And then he also addressed it in other roles. But do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you also recall his testimony that the vast majority of the time, though, the Division of Water Resources wasn't the expert, if you will, on water quality issues? Do you recall him saying that a lot of times it was addressed by KDHE?
Yes, that's the kind of the three-legged stool in Kansas when it comes to water, is that KDHE handles water quality, Division of Water Resources handles water volume and use, and the Water Authority handles reservoirs and dedicated waters from those.
And so if to the extent the KDHE is the expert in water quality matters in Kansas, and you were one of the head investigators of those water quality issues, in essence, had you been so designated, would you have been essentially an expert on water quality then?
No, I never would consider myself to be an expert. I knew enough to find people who were experts or work with people who were that. But I've been told over, a period of years that I had developed a fairly workmanlike understanding of a lot of water issues, both groundwater and surface water, and how they sometimes interplayed with each other, and had some ability to go find the answers.
Now, I understand that for today's purposes and testifying, you're being humble, and you feel that you wouldn't be an expert just by virtue of your education or whatever it may be. I'm not sure why you're being humble, but based on 15 years of experience of handling water quality issues, if expertise was based on experience, you would have that expertise, correct?
I'm
I
going
would
to
have some of
ask
it.
the line of
And
questioning.
again, I would.
Wait.
Nope.
Madam Hearing Officer, I think the line of questioning has gone too far already, given that it was stipulated by interveners counsel before the hearing began that the CV was not being proffered to offer Mr. Baser as an expert, and it's just clear to me that the district's counsel is now attempting to do that, bootstrapping in an undisclosed expert.
Madam Hearing Officer,
Mr.
if I may.
Stuckey?
Yeah, if I may. I think I'm actually entitled to some latitude here, and for the reason that Mr. McLeod opened the door to this testimony. If you may recall, Mr. McLeod in his cross-examination asked questions about how water quality would be impacted by Mr. Bazor pumping down his well, or by the city pumping down the city's rights. And so that door was open. There were specific questions asked about Mr. Bazor's knowledge of water quality impacts based on a number of different scenarios that Mr. McLeod asked about. And certainly, since he asked those questions, the door is opened at this point, and I think I'm free to voir dire and get a better sense or understanding of Mr. Bazor's expertise in that arena.
Well, I think that is a spurious argument, and that what we're seeing here is probably a coordinated from the beginning effort to bring somebody who was never listed as an expert, never provided any expert disclosure or detail on the intended expert testimony, and converting that person into an expert witness after counsel sponsoring the witness stipulated that they're not being so offered.
There was no concerted effort. We got the CV at the same time as everybody else, and I was just following up on some questions asked by the city, and so certainly not a nefarious or spurious effort here. I'm just asking a few questions about his resume and to try and understand voir dire based on the questions already asked by the city.
Okay, I think I can resolve this. Mr. McLeod did ask the witness, do you feel you're qualified to answer? And then he postulated a number of things. I think Mr. Stuckey is responding to that of, are you qualified to answer these questions? Neither one of those rises to the level of qualifying Mr. Baser as an expert. And because I allowed the resume and the discussion of the resume based on Ms. Wendling's assurances that there would not be an attempt to qualify Mr. Baser as an expert, then I'm not going to allow this to head in that direction at this point. I don't want to entertain a request that he be qualified as an expert, but I think it is a fair response to point out some of his experience in response to the question that Mr. McLeod asked about, do you feel you're qualified to talk about the impact? So without using the term expert, I think we've probably covered, or Mr. Stuckey, if you want to bring up additional points about his background, I don't think we need to keep drilling into whether he feels he's an expert. I think we do have before us material relevant to, does he feel qualified to answer the questions? So to that extent, I'm going to sustain the objection, but I don't think, since we're not going to go in the direction of discussing whether or not he can be qualified as an expert, we don't need to worry about striking that testimony, because that's not where we're going to go. So you may proceed.
Thank you. So just a moment ago, you had mentioned that you have 15 years of experience in assessing water quality issues, and we had a series of questions regarding that. Correct, Mr. Baser?
Yes.
And can you also explain, just so it's clear to me, you indicate that during that 15 years, you taught classes on some of those topics and from your experiences in KDHE, but you also indicate that you worked with the Environmental Protection Agency, the Division of Water Resources, conservation districts, a variety of different, the Water Office, a variety of other agencies in your work with water quality. Can you just explain for me the interplay between those agencies and how you work with them?
Sure. Am I on? Okay. In working with DWR, and you referenced a little bit ago, Mr. Austin's experience with structures regarding dams and other structures. Did some work with DWR regarding those. Concerns might, when people had questions, concerns, or complaints, they would look in the phone book and see who they could come up with first, which means that we often at KDHE were the first ones to get a phone call. Are you not hearing me? Oh, okay. Okay. So we, gained enough information to understand where their question was sort of grounded, and then we would reach out to whoever might also be a player, and if it was not us, we would hand it off, and if it was something that we could help them with, we would work with them. So worked with DWR, again, the Stafford District Office on dredge and fill permits, on structures, on drainage, and that sort of thing. Quite a bit, did shared inspections with them, did shared inspections on, like the Plum Thicket landfill down in Harper County, was on that site with EPA people and U.S. Fish and Wildlife people. Did inspections on concerns that were raised by water quality, possible impacts on wildlife and streams through the water quality, and did inspections and worked with the Department of Wildlife and Parks at the state level. The Association of Conservation Districts, individual conservation districts, because they have the power to access cost share monies to go to farmers, ranchers, and landowners to help do stream bank stabilization, buffer strips, move to no-till farming, and things that reduce the sediment load going into streams. And the adjunct to sediment going into streams, that phosphorus tends to normally be tied to soil particles. So if you're getting soil erosion, you're probably generating phosphorus going into stream. And if you can prevent the one, you automatically prevent the other. Worked with the folks at KDHE who were in charge of feedlots, CAFO, confined animal feeding operations, but there are situations out there where farmers and ranchers may have winter feeding areas for cattle or livestock that have an impact. They may be located downwind of a windbreak and against a stream bank. Well, in effect, they are a concentration during the winter months of livestock manure that's going to impact that stream the first big rains you get the next spring. So you want to work with them. They don't need a permit. They don't have enough animals, and they don't concentrate feed year round, so they don't qualify as a CAFO, but you've got to work with them with K-State Extension specialists to say, okay, here's what you can do. Let's move the watering site up over here. Let's put in a fence and keep them out of the stream. Let's move your feeding area over here. and do things that are requirements, non-regimental, if you will, to improve the water quality by working with everybody. And at the end of the day, our approach was, how can we make this a win-win? How can we end up at the end of the day not putting anybody out of business, but protecting the health and safety of the environment and the people that are using it, and so that everybody survives and goes on another day, and our little corner of the world called Kansas is better off for it.
So would you have actually helped the Division of Water Resources or been consulted by the Division of Water Resources for impairment investigations if to the extent those impairment investigations would have involved water quality issues?
Sometimes I might. It tended to be more in dealing with county code people and private wells and helping assess those that they've got a well that didn't pass the safety test for E. coli or nitrates, and you go out and look at it and say, okay, it's an old farmstead, it's not a farm anymore, but where was the livestock pens when it was a farm? Are they up gradient to where the water well is? Where's the septic tank in relation to where the water well is? What else historically has gone on this location that, oh, by the way, there used to be a dry cleaner a mile away that's now up gradient. So we would run into those kind of situations and again, call in experts and organizations and businesses that were in the business of remediation or whatever to determine what was going on and what was the best way to cure it. You know, you need to get the well out of your basement and keep the rats from making a nest on it, and put in a new well move it away from where you're filling your spray tank with farm chemicals. You know, we did a lot of water quality work with individuals out there who needed education and opportunities, but we also did the same thing with city municipalities. Some of them would have nitrates, and you get to looking, and well, there are irrigators nearby that are pouring on a lot of fertilizer, or in some cases there was natural phosphorus in the soils that was being eroded down into the lakes. Lake Afton comes to mind as one of those.
So both Ms. Wendling and Mr. McLeod asked you questions about the extent to which you were concerned about water quality issues if there were drawdowns in the aquifer. And I think they asked it specific to chlorides. And I believe your answer was that if there's significant drawdowns by the withdrawal of these aquifer maintenance credits or lowering the minimum index level, from your experience, you had concerns about water quality as it relates to the chlorides. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And I guess just because I asked Mr. Austin, I'm going to ask you as well. When you were with KDHE, you also would have analyzed other indicators of water quality beyond chlorides, correct? Such as arsenic or things of that nature?
I'm not a lab technician. I would not have analyzed them, but we might have indicated that somebody should get a sample analyzed in a certified laboratory. That was one of the things we would do. Was we have a list of acceptable and recommendable certified labs in the state of Kansas where you can send water samples. Many of the county health departments will help you analyze your private drinking water well, mainly for nitrates and bacteria, because they are simple tests. The nitrate, of course, is an issue. Over 10 parts per million, you end up with the blue baby syndrome, which can be very harmful to infants or to elderly or people with compromised immune systems. And the E. coli is a simple test and an indicator. And the general consensus is if you're finding E. coli in the water supply, you probably are also having other much more lethal pathogens in that water supply, or you may, but they're more difficult and expensive and time consuming to test for. So they rely on E. coli as an indicator that says, whoops, you've got an issue here that you need to look at and probably solve whatever source it's coming from. And maybe that means you need a new well, or you need to take, other protective measures.
Okay, and so I understand that you might have not have been the one that actually, was essentially using the microscope to analyze the samples, but you would have seen the results. And if I'm talking about analyzing from that sense, in other words, you would have seen the results as water quality was impacted, you would have at least been privy to those results or looked at the results to understand how a variety of different contaminants would have been impacted in your analysis, correct?
Yes. And in dealing with the various RAPS projects, depending on what the contaminant issue was, they were looking for, again, whether it was E. coli nitrates, phosphorus, or in the case of the Little Arc RAP, the atrazine, those were sampled through K-State. Lab results were there and they were published and you could track. And I'm sure the part of the Little Arc RAPS process is they report at least annually to the City of Wichita as to the water quality that's occurring, and that also the amount of acres, if you will, of installed conservation practices that have been put in place to ameliorate such pollution threats to the little river that then impacts the water quality for the ASR, to show Wichita that the subsidy money they are providing for the RAPs for farmers to do these kinds of enhancements are worth their investment in doing so.
So to build off of what both Ms. Wendling and Mr. McLeod asked previously, aside from chloride contamination, based on your 15 years of experience working for KDHG, is your concern with if there's a drawdown of the aquifer below the minimum index levels, is your concern limited to just chloride, or are you also concerned about the possible impact with other contaminants as well?
I would be concerned, given the fact that the 303D list from Yoder on down lists selenium and phosphorus, that if we really start seeing a massive inflow from the river into the Equus beds from the drawdown, whereas the phosphorus might be considered a nutrient if it's pumped out and applied to the crop. The selenium certainly wouldn't be. It would be a micronutrient if it was necessary at all. So until it reached some sort of a threat level, but it would be advisable, I think, to try and keep an eye on those kind of situations as to what else might be occurring. I know Western Kansas has some of those kind of issues with water coming out of the John Redmond Reservoir, that not only is it volume issues, but the water that they seem to receive. And I think Mr. Austin testified to that this morning, that out there, water coming into Kansas from John Redmond was of very poor quality.
I'm going to move on to a different line of questioning. And I just want to also first clarify my understanding of your permits. First of all, I think you said that your oldest permit, and I'm not sure if you said a water right number, but is it 26,935? Does that sound like one of your permits?
It's going to be the lowest number. Yeah.
And I think you said that's a 1976 permit. Is that right?
76, 77. I don't remember exactly. It was right after the creation of the GMD, as I recall.
And just for a clear record here, so all your permits that we're talking about that you testified to, they would have predated the City of Wichita's.
Sorry.
Okay.
Please repeat.
I'll try again. All of your permits would have predated the City of Wichita's AMC proposal. Is that right? Just for a clear record.
Yes. Yes.
And when you applied for one of your permits, did you have to have a safe yield analysis conducted when you applied?
As I recall, I think we had to have safe yield analysis on all of them, because that was one of the first tenets of the creation of the GMD2, was to create safe yield policies to try to protect from further over appropriation of the groundwater aquifer.
And did you serve on the GMD board? Is that correct?
No, I have not ever served on the GMD board.
Okay. But from your experience, is that one of your concerns here, that the city of Wichita should have had safe yield analysis conducted on their permits? Is that one of your concerns as well?
Sorry. I think any time that somebody is applying for a water permit in the Equus beds, given the fragility of our system, and we are blessed that we have enough rainfall normally in this area to get 5-6 inches, whatever, of recharge per year, as opposed to Western Kansas, where they have consistently for a long time been mining water. We at least have a fighting chance here to keep in balance and maintain this aquifer for a long time. And I think it's in everybody's best interest to do what we can to protect that balance. And if that means, utilizing, the 2-mile circle and trying to control over usage or over pumpage of it, then I think that's a good thing.
I want to circle back briefly to what you said before about being involved, in some sense, in an impairment investigation by the Division of Water Resources, and sometimes occasionally being consulted on water quality issues. And also your testimony about the interplay between the Division of Water Resources and the EPA, KDHE, a number of different agencies. Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the impairment investigation process? In other words, someone complains their water right is impaired. They complain to DWR, there's an impairment. DWR does an investigation. When I say that, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, usually they look at the water rights and what's being done and ask for some sort of demonstration of the impairment that's occurring. And then I presume they do the investigation to determine whether or not the impairment actually exists, and then take appropriate action regard to it.
So from your experience and involvement in impairment investigations.
I'm sorry, I don't know if it's an objection per se, but I just wanted to clarify, I guess, to the extent that Mr. Stecky's questioning is getting at the witness's knowledge of DWR's impairment procedures. I guess if we can all stipulate that he maybe doesn't have a perfect knowledge of what that is, and you're asking only as to his experience, I guess I'm okay with it, but I just want to get that on the record.
I'll also stipulate, I'm just asking about his experience with that process, and in a very general sense.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'm not taking Mr. Baser's testimony as for the purpose of describing the impairment process, sort of his experience and his understanding of it.
So Mr. Baser, my question is this, just to boil down where I'm headed with these questions, as we talk about the interplay with these different agencies on an impairment investigation. My question is this: from your experience and involvement with KDHE, and also perhaps your own experience as a water right owner, as you experience others that may have been involved in impairment investigations, is that generally a long process? In other words, it takes a long time to make that final determination?
Probably most of the impairment situations that I've been around at all had more to do with water quality than water quantity. Again, that's because of the sort of division of labor that KDHE looks after the water quality and DWR looks after the water quantity. I would imagine those would be on an individual case basis. Depends on what the impairment is proposed or accused of being. If it's a complicated water quality pollution thing and there's underground plumes and there's other things that would have to be investigated, it could be a much more lengthy process involving testing, lab results, analysis, qualification, quantification, those sorts of things, as opposed to an impairment that somebody's blocking stream flow upstream from me and my water right's been impaired. And it's a pretty simple, probably question to figure out, is it being blocked or is it not?
Mr. Bazor, you've been in the room a lot of the time during the testimony, and I think you were in the room at least during a bulk of the testimony involving the city of Wichita. Do you recall some testimony from various witnesses from the city of Wichita where they stated that in the event it was determined that there may be issues with I guess the saturated thickness in the aquifer or water quality or things of that nature, there was a remedy in the sense that impairment investigations could be done in the future? Do you recall some of that testimony and some of that discussion?
Yes, as I recall, and it sort of indicated that the city would maybe only respond after the fact, that if somebody complained that they were suffering an impairment because of the ACMs or whatever it was, that the city would sort of investigate after the fact. And if they were within, I want to say 660 feet of a city well, and could demonstrate that they were being impaired, that the city would deepen their well, provide a new well, provide them with some other alternative water source or something to remedy that particular situation. But that seemed to be a very limited ability to remedy, and it was only after the fact. There wasn't much offered in the way of pre-preparation or protection ahead of time.
Now, in the context of what you just said, given the fact that the impairment investigation can take a while, and you said that you rely on your water for your very way of life, for your livelihood, would an impairment investigation that takes a long time, does that feel very satisfying as a landowner versus analyzing these issues up front?
No, certainly not. When I suffered that well collapse, if you will, and we had to drill a new one, had to go through the permitting process of one to move the point of diversion 50 feet, whatever it was we did, plug the old well, drill a new one. I had to hire a certified geologist, hydrogeologist, who was well known in the municipal field for doing municipal wells, which are drilled and cased and built to a higher standard than an irrigation well is, and I had to pay him several $1,000s to figure out exactly what sort of screening size and what sort of gravel size we needed in it, and got it all done. And I will say, I think GMD tried to help us get through that process as rapidly as we could. It was during a growing season when it happened. It was not in the middle of a drought, but it was in a growing season. So we were without the ability to irrigate for 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever. I can't tell you exactly what negative impacts it might have had on the crop. It's been too many years back, but we felt fortunate to get out of it without having a more serious situation than what we did.
So you were already perhaps asked this question, but I may have missed the answer somehow. You know, the city also said another potential remedy when you were in the room was to simply just drill a well deeper in the future. But I think you said something from your own experience with a well collapse and some things of that nature, that doesn't sound like that's a very satisfying response for you either. And it's not something that would always be viable for you as a water right holder and irrigator. Is that true? I think you're on mute.
In my case, my irrigation wells and my domestic wells are to such a depth that you can't drill deeper and get water because there's no deeper to go to. I'm pretty much at the bottom of the aquifer. I understand if somebody has a shallower domestic well or even irrigation well in the well field where the drawdown might be much more substantial than 10 feet, where indeed they might end up with a dry hole if it were, where drilling a new well to a deeper depth might be able to provide them with a water supply. That may be entirely possible. In in the 1940s, when Wichita first came out here and started drilling wells in the Equus beds, there were numerous individuals who had shallow sandpoint wells in the well field area that suddenly didn't have water. And the city was persuaded to come out and provide them with a deeper well. And I don't know if they drilled those or if they drove sandpoints or what they did to remedy. But my understanding was that they did provide deeper wells to replace the shallow ones that no longer were working.
You were maybe asked some questions about whether or not you had been asked to sell water or water rights before. Were you asked some questions about that? I'm sorry, just to also clarify.
I don't think I've been asked under my testimony. It's one of the things I did discuss with council as to whether or not I had been offered. No, the city has never approached me about buying any water rights. I know there is a square mile, a section that is 2 miles east of me that an absentee landowner who lived in Wichita basically sold the water rights to the city some decades ago. But my understanding is that the farm tenant operator still gets to utilize those rights for irrigation, and the city has not put down wells to access that water to this point. So I know water rights did become a property right, which was a step in the right direction. I think people were surprised, disappointed, whatever the words were, in 1940 when the state changed from a riparian water law to an appropriated water right law. And a lot of people in the Equus beds assumed they owned everything under their feet: the land, the sand, the gravel, the oil, the gas, the water, and the gold, whatever might be there. And then suddenly there was a change at the state in the water law, and Wichita was out here accessing and removing water under their land, and they were not getting paid for it because it was not a property right. They didn't have a water right that was, that they could stand on. So,
so just to clarify here, I to clarify for me, based on being approached to purchase or your experience as a water owner, have you gained a sense for what the water is worth, or is that something you don't have experience on?
I can't speculate on what a water right might be worth to somebody. The direct effect of what we would see is a diminution of the land value that has a water right under it and associated with it. I think it's kind of similar to other mineral rights, oil and gas, that you can sell the surface and reserve the minerals, or sell them separately and reserve the land. And I think a water right, my understanding is, would work pretty similar in the same fashion. But to be able to say, yeah, your water right is worth so many dollars an acre foot, I have no clue as to how you would arrive at that. Like I say, the only way to really put a value to it is what's the value of that irrigated land versus what would it sell for if it was dry land without a water right. And the difference between the two would be the value of the water right.
Yeah. And so in that general sense, you have an understanding of what irrigated land usually sells for versus dry land in your area. Is that correct? And that's something you traditionally have followed as a landowner. Is that right?
I try to. There has not been a lot of recent land sales right around in my area. Land tends to be held pretty closely, and we have, again, I'm sitting on a century farm. My great uncle ended up in ownership of the land I sat on in 1910, and they had leased it for years ahead of that. And there are other multiple generation landowners around that land is held fairly tightly. My understanding is land values are still pretty high, and there are people in the current COVID deal who got out of the stock market and looking around, and they think land is a great value to invest in. So I couldn't quote you accurately a price today for what my land is worth. You'd have to get a hold of a realtor who's in the market on a frequent basis to be able to to give you that kind of information. I have kind of a sense for it, but
yeah, I'm asking for your general sense based on the, the last few years. I'm not talking about a sense from, a week ago, what it's worth. In a general sense, what's the difference in value between an irrigated parcel of land and a non-irrigated parcel of land? Mr. Baser?
based on several years ago, I would say it would certainly be a third less for the dry land. I mean, there is intrinsic value in owning land. There is a bit of a premium on owning land close to Wichita, which makes it very accessible to an absentee landowner. So people are willing to pay more for dry land out here than they are further west. And crop productivity is higher here because the rainfall amount is higher. But I would certainly say it would be a third less probably be dry land as opposed to irrigation. Other people may tell me that's way high or way low, and I would have a hard time arguing.
Yeah, so in other words, and applying that to your own land, if you lost your water right, would you believe that your land value would decrease by a third or a half or something of that nature?
Yes, I would expect that to be true.
And so in other words, if the city of Wichita's proposal causes drastic enough impacts to your water right that you essentially lose your ability to use it, that would cause you significant economic harm. Is that true?
Certainly. I think it would be inadvertent taking, however you want to characterize it. And the same for if the water becomes polluted to where I can't use the water right itself would lose value, let alone and it would be a twofold impact on the land. One, it would lose value as just an asset with value, but it would also lose productivity, which means future income off of that land is going to be greatly reduced by a third, by a half, going back to dry land crops as opposed to irrigated corn or soybeans. There would be a direct impact from an income point of view and from a asset value point of view.
And I don't ask you to speak conclusively for the rest of the interveners, but let me ask you this. If there was a demonstration or proof that the city lowering the minimum index level and withdrawing aquifer maintenance credit resulted in taking away of water from you and other interveners, would that economically impact other interveners beyond yourself?
Oh, certainly. Everybody who would be impacted by the area of reduced level in the aquifer, whether that's 10 feet or whether it's 40 feet, would be impacted. And those who lost the ability to irrigate would be impacted even worse, or those who had to pump from a greater depth would have to pay a lot more for the power supply to do that with. We, in the last, it's been 5 years ago or so, the Halstead Mount Hope Co-op Association built a new grain elevator just west of Bentley. And it's in the heart of an irrigated area on north of the Big Arkansas River in the Aquifer beds. And they do a land office business in taking grain from all the farms around. And certainly if we went back to dry land farming, where the crop yields were reduced by a third, by a half, whatever it might be, that elevator, that co-op association would also suffer a loss of income. One, from the volume of crops they would no longer handle, but also there would be less demand for their fertilizer, seeds, herbicides, and those sorts of inputs, and fuel. A lot of diesel fuel is used to power irrigation wells, and propane. And Evergy and the REA might feel it because there are any number of pivots that are run off of three-phase electricity directly without a ground power unit.
Okay, you mentioned that your land has been in your family for years and years. So in other words, if you were to lose that water right, that would interfere with the investment you've made in that land and your expectation that you could have that future value or investment in your land in the future. Is that true? Mr. Baser, is that true? That if you lost,
There it is. Yes, absolutely. It would impact future value of it, and it would at the same time impact probably the ability of my kids and grandkids to continue on to farm it within the family as it has been farmed for over 100 years.
all right, no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Baser.
Ms. Wendling?
I believe we were supposed to get at 4:30 to Hume, but I don't have any further questions.
Okay. It is 4:30.
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't hear you.
Shall I try again?
Yes.
It is 4:30. We were supposed to yield the room at 4:30. Real quickly, I'll ask if there are other questions, and if there are, we'll take them up in the morning. And if not, then I can dismiss our witness. But does anyone anticipate more questions for Mr. Baser tomorrow morning?
I
Okay,
don't.
hearing none, then this is a good time to take a break for the day. Mr. Baser, you're excused. Thank you. And we will go off the record and recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you, everyone.
And then that is going to be the Wichita